have a quick survey of your corpus experience. So if you have used a language corpora in your research or in your teaching before, so just you can just say a few words about it, or at least if you have heard about something, right? If you have heard about online corpora like corpus of contemporary American English or British National Corpus, right? Or whatever resources, if you have even just have heard of it, right? You can just say, just mention a few resources that you have heard of. Or if you have tried this approach already with your students, that would be great, right? You can just say a few words about your experience. But don't worry if you have not used it before, or if you have not, heard it before. That's okay. Just say that, oh, I have no background in corpus linguistics, and we can start from the beginning as well. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to share my screen as well, so we can see the document together. Yeah, so it's good to see that you come from a different, pedagogical, kind of background as well, which is good, right? Because corpus linguistics can be applied to different, areas in language teaching, not just English language teaching, but like Ajahn Mary, you come from literature, right? Yeah, I think you can, find the right, set of corpora. I mean, or you can compile your own literature corpora, right? Maybe a collection of short stories or poems, right? That you would like to focus on. And then once you have your literature corpus, I think you can go from there.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but today maybe we just focus on a general language, English language teaching first, right? And then maybe I think maybe at the end of today's lecture, we might have a bit of time to talk about wider applications of corpus linguistics as well, like in literature. So Ajahn Ama, how are you?
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay, so you're a specialist, right? Or your expertise is in assessment, right? So what kind of assessment are you interested in, or just making tests or something like that?
Yes, it's classroom assessment practices of our country, sir.
Right. Okay, so yeah, so I think in your area, maybe you can use corpus linguistics in many ways in testing as well. So for example, I mean the fundamental application is to use corpus data as the data for your test items, right? Because you may see from today's lecture that
yes,
corpus linguistics is all about a collection of natural texts, right? The real used text. So instead of making up sentences, right, which can be a bit strange, right? I mean, I think you have seen lots of tests or questions that are not very natural at all, right? I mean, like people don't use it in real life, but we still test the students on those kind of artificial, very unnatural items. But yeah, if you have a nice corpus, you can draw the authentic, kind of sentences from the corpus to be part of your test item as well. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, sir. I'm very interested in it.
Right. And I think there are more and more studies on spoken corpora as well, not just written, right?
Yes.
And if you are interested also in the area of world Englishes or international Englishes, I think some researchers try to propose that spoken tests like IELTS or TOEFL tests should be based on international English as well, not just the standard like British or American English, right? So I think that can be one application of spoken corpus linguistics that you can use later. Okay, thank you. That's very interesting.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Ajahn James, I think your area is about technology already, right? Web-based language teaching. So I'm sure you are not very new to corpus linguistics. So would you like to say a few words about your own experience of corpus linguistics so everyone can learn from you as well?
Morning, Professor.
Hi, good morning. How are you?
Okay, for my experience, I have read some articles on corpus, especially the research on vocabulary used.
Right. Good. Yeah, right.
Vocabulary used in some field, like in the field of teaching and in the field of the use of the language, in the field, in the use of the business, because I'm a lecturer in the business English program.
Right.
So
okay.
sometimes I visit some research on the general use of vocabulary in the field
Right. Okay.
business. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So
I understand that is okay, a field yes of corpus. Yes, and it can be regarded as corpus, but I'm not okay going deeply into it much. Yes.
Right. Okay.
Yes,
yeah.
But today, yes, but today my path, yes, will okay go deeper, yes, from your talk today.
Right. Okay. So thank you very much, Ajahn James, for your sharing. Yeah, right. Yeah, I'm sure corpus linguistics would be very useful for teaching vocabulary as well, right? So maybe today you can share more as we move on. Okay, thank you. So Ajahn Onma, how are you? Ajahn Onma, yeah,
yes, teacher.
Right. Your field is also about language teaching, right?
Yes,
Right.
teachers and teachers,
Oh, right,
English.
right.
Yes,
Right.
English language teaching towards communicative language teaching.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, maybe one direct way of doing this is to survey the learner's attitude on this corpus-based methodology, right? I mean, if you want to use it with your students, I think you can survey their attitude as well, because this might be a new approach to some of your students, and then some of them may be receptive, some of them may not like it, right? And then I think you can go from there as well in terms of the attitude. Or you could use corpus linguistics just as a research tool to collect the data, right? So for example, if you are trying out one methodology, not corpus-based methodology, right? Maybe other ELT methodologies. And then you might ask your students to write a journal, right? Like maybe a reflection after classes. And then you can collect all those journals or students' reflections in the form of text, right? And then you can build a corpus of students' reflection or journal as well. And then you can use the corpus tool to see the keywords, or the words or the phrases that the students use a lot in their reflection, right? And it might reflect positive or negative attitude as well, based on the text analysis of that journal, right? So I think you can use it directly, or you can use it as a data collection, or the research tool, right?
Yes, thank you, teacher.
Right, right. Okay, so thank you
Yes.
for sharing with
you.
us. Right. Okay. So Ajahn Sripicharn, right? Again, your interest in literature, right? So what kind of literature? Or just teaching literature in general?
I used to do research in graphic novels and children literature.
Oh, right. Yeah, right. Okay. So yeah, very interesting. So if you're analyzing something like non-text things, right, the graphics or pictures, maybe corpus linguistics would not help a lot. But if you still want to concentrate on some of the text, right, I think you can have a nice collection of some pieces of literature as well, and then use corpus technique to analyze it, right? Or if your concept of literature is broader, if it includes something about stylistic as well, right? Like if you want to analyze the so for example, some people have analyzed main characters and their attitudes using corpus analysis as well, right? If you search in Google, the keyword is corpus stylistics, right? If you search corpus stylistics, you will see a lot of articles and research articles that use corpus technique to analyze characters or plots, right? Or even some elements in literature as well. So that might be of interest later on,
That's
right?
very interesting.
Right.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, thank you for sharing. Anyway, so Ajahn Yi Mong Sho, hello. You want to say a few words about yourself?
Yes, I'm Yimor, and then my interests go to youth participation and global citizenship. Here, I'd like to find out the challenges and recommendation of the university student and teachers in cooperating to ELT course.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So yeah, I think what I can think now very quickly is the use of corpus linguistics in a research area called critical discourse analysis, right? Yeah, I think you have heard of this term before. So yeah, maybe you are not using language corpora to teach English directly, but you might have a collection of texts that are about youth participation, right? Or global citizenship in terms of policy, like policy statements, news reports, right? Annual reports by relevant organizations and things like that, right? And you can use corpus techniques to identify the keywords. And then you can see something critically as well, like you might see some bias or discrimination or some hidden agenda, right? That usually we don't see very clearly, but if you look at the keywords, right? If we use a lot of data analysis there, you might see some of these hidden, issues there as well, right? So that might be the analysis of policy statements or representations of a person, organization, right? In relation to youth participation and global citizenship as well. You might have a collection of websites, for example. I think lots of research studies now have built up a corpus or collection of institutions' websites. And then from those websites, you might see their stances, their point of view, right? Their policies about global citizenship education as well, right? So that's some idea to start with. Yeah.
Yes, Professor, thank you very much. Actually, I've a little exposure about the corpus linguistics, but now I got a lot of exposure from you and from your experience and suggestions. So thank you so much.
Right. Okay, good. Yeah. Okay, good. So Ajahn Sudha, right? Your interest or your expertise is in pragmatic competence, right? Right. Can you explain it a little bit more? What area of pragmatic competence you are working on now?
Actually, I am the lecturer from business English programs, and my program just focused on like the
English for hospitalities.
Right,
So,
right. Okay.
I just want to like try to do something that how to improve my abilities on pragmatic competence. I mean, the ability on using language in hospitalities industry way.
Right,
But,
right.
my problems is like, since I said, and a novice on corpus linguistics.
Right. Don't worry.
More about this. And I just set my goal like after the end of the CSD course, I may have like the model to practicing my ability on pragmatics competence.
Right. Okay. So yeah. I think I think you can stick to the main theories in pragmatics anyway, right? Because sometimes corpus linguistics is not a main theory by itself, but it can be an instrument, right? And a research instrument. So for example, if you stick to your mainstream pragmatic theories first, so for example, you want to analyze some kind of hedging, for example, right? Or the soften, words or phrases that the hospitality management uses to communicate with the customers, for example, right? I think you can use the main frameworks in pragmatics, but when you want to see some supporting evidence, right? I think you can build a corpus, maybe a corpus of like maybe the hotel kind of like call center conversations, right? And that's spoken corpus, or a collection of written text, maybe like messages to the customers or advertisements, right? And then I think you can use those authentic examples to support your main theory about hedging or other pragmatic, features. Yeah. So that can be indirect, way of using corpus linguistics as well. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much.
Right. Okay, good. Yeah, right. I think your interests are various, right? I think there are a wide range of interest, but because the topic of today's workshop is more like corpus linguistics in ELT first, and research and practice, right? That's why we are going to talk about practice first in this morning session, and after lunch, we are going to talk more about research ideas, right? But I'm afraid most of the examples today are more like general English teaching first, like ELT first. It may not have a lot of concentration on literature or assessment or critical aspects, right? But that could be some kind of follow-up workshops later on. But today, at least you have some solid ideas or foundation about corpus linguistics and ELT first, right? So that's our plan today. Okay, so thank you very much for this warm-up activities. At least I know you better, right? Okay, so in the next 15 minutes, I might want to go back to my PowerPoint slide a little bit, right? I will post it to the chat area as well, just to give a brief introduction of corpus linguistics first, and then we can come back to this worksheet later on. Okay, I have just posted the PowerPoint slide there as well. So in case you can come back and have a look at it later, because we might not cover, all the pages there. Okay, so today we are going to, like move things around a little bit from the research. From the workshop title today, Corpus Linguistics for ELT Research and Practice, right? But we are going to talk about practice first and then moving on to research in the afternoon. Okay, so for those of you who have not heard about the word corpus or corpus linguistics before, right? So let me just spend the first 10-15 minutes talking about the definition or the general ideas or basic principle first as well, right? So maybe a good starting point is to look at some literature like textbook in corpus linguistics, which try to define, right, or give some operational definitions of corpus. So yeah, sometimes you may have heard of the word corpora. That's the plural, form of the word corpus, right? So basically, okay, so if you look at this first definition, and especially if you pay attention to the green, highlights there, so you can see that basically a corpus is just a collection of text, right? So in practice, I think everyone got his or her own corpus at home anyway, right? Maybe without knowing. So for example, if you teach business English, and if you happen to have a collection of good examples of business letters or emails, right, in your computer or in your printed, document folder, I think you could call that a corpus as well, because it's just a collection of the pieces of text that you are interested in, right? Or that you think may be useful for your teaching later. But what makes a corpus in corpus linguistic sense different, right, from general archives or collection of text is the second keyword there, right? So usually it is a large collection of text that are installed or saved or organized in a way that the computer can read it, can analyze it, right? So that's why in corpus linguistic sense, it's not just having newspapers at home, right? And then put them in the corner of your room like that, but you have to try to convert all those printed materials into something we call machine readable text, right? So like save it in computer, for example. And then in doing so, right, it's not just random collection. You should have a purpose as well, right? That's why another keyword is your collection must be representative of some kind of language that you are interested in. So if you are teaching English in general, you have to make sure that your corpus can represent enough example, right, for teaching general skills, right? Maybe a large corpus that covered different fields, right? But if you are teaching ESP or English for specific purposes, or if you're teaching literature, I think your corpus should be good representative of the genre, right, in terms of literature, or the text type like in business that you might want to teach, right? So make sure that you have a purpose in constructing a corpus as well. And the last keyword, the last green highlight, you can see the word annotated, right? So corpora are very often annotated with additional information. So when we talk about annotation in corpus linguistics, we are just talking about special symbols, right? Or additional information. So for example, if you are collecting business news or business emails, right? You can save all the business emails from the website and then save it in your computer. And that can be a corpus, but it's not annotated corpus, right? Because you don't put any special symbols or codings to your raw data. But if your research question is about analyzing grammatical structure or grammatical, like part of speech, right? Grammatical features like that. You may want to teach the computer to learn that, okay, this word is a noun, right? This word is an adjective, because computer is stupid. Basically, they don't know. So that's why after your collection of text, you have to do one extra job. You have to try to teach, right, the computer to analyze your corpus in terms of part of speech as well, right? But good news, you don't have to do it manually. Now we have free program like annotation program where you can just upload your text and the software will automatically teach your computer, right? That this word is a noun, this word is an adjective, and things like that, right? But in general, don't worry too much about annotation because you might not need it for ELT purposes, right? Okay, so if you look at the key issues in this box, right, you can see that when we talk about a corpus in corpus linguistics sense, we are talking about a collection of text, a large collection, usually like 100,000 of words. And then we need to have a clear purpose of building up that corpus. Because when you have a clear purpose, you will choose only the text, because it is impossible, right, to include all the text in the world, right, in your corpus. But if you have a clear purpose, you will have a good selection of text that represents something to respond to your purpose as well, right? So if you want to analyze the CEO's message to the customer or to the shareholders during economic crisis, for example, right? If you have a very clear purpose like that, all the business messages that you include in your corpus should represent communication in crisis, right? That's one example. Okay, I think other definitions are very similar. Anyway, we can go from there quickly, right? So in this definition, a corpus is defined in terms of form and purpose, right? So it is a collection of naturally occurring examples of language. It could be written text, or it could be tape recordings or spoken data as well, right? But most importantly, these texts must be stored and, you can retrieve them electronically. And of course, it has to be designed for or to meet some linguistic purposes, right? Very similar definitions and very similar key issues. Okay, one thing that is focused on here in this definition is the issue of authenticity, right? So when you talk about a corpus, in our sense, we don't talk about make up or artificial sentences, right? We talk about authentic text, like the text that people use in newspapers, magazines, and things like that. Okay, again, right? This definition talks about the same key issues like representation, language use, right? Authentic, kind of language. And you can see that usually when we talk about general corpora, we talk about huge or big corpora, right? So, but if your research is more like specific purposes, the size of the corpus can be smaller as well. Okay, so I think now we can move on to this page. Right, so from the analysis of all the definitions suggested above, so we can come up with this conclusion as well about the characteristics of language corpora or corpus, right? So first, it has to be authentic, real language use, right? The language that people have produced in real life. So that's why most corpora take pieces of text from newspapers, magazine, websites, right? Because those are the real production of language. Yeah, and then your corpus needs a purpose, right? And a purpose will reflect on the representation of the text, right? To represent the context or the genres that you want to investigate. And what makes it different, right, from other archives or collection of text is electronic storage, right? So you have to save all your text in your computer, and then you might need software to analyze it, right? Yeah, and then you have to have purpose or design. Like some of you today may want to use language corpora to teach vocabulary, right? Some of you may want it for translation purposes or to teach literature, right? So I think you have to have a clear purpose or design first before you build your own corpora. Okay, but and this page, I think it will give you, or it will put corpus linguistics a little bit into the historical, kind of perspective there, right? So you can see that in the 1980s, where corpus linguistics started, right, long time ago, back in 1980s, early 1990s. First, language corpora were compiled for lexicographical purposes, right? So you might have heard some corpus-based dictionaries, like the early one, like Colin Cobill's project and things like that, right? So in the 1980s, people used corpus data to write dictionaries for learners, basically. Yeah, and of course for language analysis, right? So and in 1990s and after that, so those researchers, right, those lexicographers or those linguists, I mean the first 2 points here, right, they realized that, why do we have to do this alone, right? I think students or second language learners should join us, right, in analyzing language corpora as well, not just researchers or not just lexicographers, right? So that's why a group of researchers, invented the term data-driven learning, or DDL, and then we are going to talk about this in more details later on, right? So that's the turning point, right? From lexicography and language analysis, it moves on to ELT, right? English language teaching. And then from that point until recently, I think it has wider applications, right? Some researchers have adopted or adapted corpus linguistics for translation purposes, right? Terminology. And then recently, you might have heard about critical discourse analysis, right? Or CDA, or critical literacy of some kinds. I think language corpora play important roles in analyzing text to find discrimination, bias, prejudice, and those kind of things as well. Right. And then I think in the future, language corpora would be incorporated into AI, big data, like machine learning, right? To improve the quality of machine translation and things like that as well, right? Okay, so that's but it doesn't mean that one stops and one begins, right? I think all of these areas are still developed at the same time anyway, right? So that's why we are not behind, right? Today, if we just want to focus on the third bullet point here, language teaching, data-driven learning, right? We are not out of date, in that sense, but just want to show you how corpus linguistics have developed and incorporated into other disciplines as well. Okay, so for those of you who might want to read more after today, I hope I can inspire you to read more literature about corpus linguistics. So maybe this page could be useful if you come across some terminologies in corpus linguistics. So for example, there are many types of corpora, right? And then you might come across those terms in research articles. So there are many ways of classifying a corpus. So some people look at the number of languages, right? So if you have a collection of English language corpus only, so we can call that a monolingual corpus, right? For translation purposes, people might have 2 or 3 languages in the same collection, so that you can call that multiple or multilingual corpora as well. Or you might look at the mode of communication. If your texts are from newspapers or any written documents, you might call it written corpus. But if your collection is a collection of transcripts, right, of conversations, like call center conversations or corporate meetings, right, or conference presentations, right? So you can call that spoken corpora, but it's not a collection of audio files, right? Don't be misunderstood. It's just a collection of transcripts based on spoken data, right? So indirect spoken collection, if you want to call it that way. Right, and then sometimes you might have heard the word static as opposed to dynamic or monitor corpus, right? So the distinction is the way the corpus is updated. If your corpus is static, it means it's finished, right? I mean, you don't need to add more text to your data. You think it's complete already for that purpose, right? But some corpora may be dynamic or monitor. Dynamic or monitor mean the same thing in this context, right? It means that the developers keep adding new text, right? Making the corpora updated all the time, right? So today I will show you one good example of dynamic corpus, like a collection of COVID-19 news, right? That's one website that collects all the text about COVID-19, and it's dynamic. They keep adding new text all the time, right? Until very recently, like yesterday or last week, right? Okay, you might look at corpora from the point of view of the users or the producers of the language, right? So if you take the text written or produced by native speakers of English, you might call it native speaker corpus. But more and more research is shifting towards English as lingual franca, right? Or international Englishes. So you can see more and more corpora that claim to be world Englishes corpora, or a corpus of international Englishes, right? So we have text from Korean students talking with Thai students, and that kind of ELF, kind of text as well. Okay, in the afternoon, we might talk a little bit about research, right? So sometimes when you design your research, you might need to compare the effectiveness of the approach on different levels of proficiency, right? That's why your corpus can be high proficiency corpus or low proficiency corpus as well, depending on the texts that are produced by different users with different proficiency. So more and more research are comparing native speakers and learner corpora, right? So when you talk about learner corpora, you talk about like assignments, right? That you like paragraph or essay that your student produce. If you collect them, right, and save them in your computer, you can call them learner corpora as well. And then you might look at the scope, right? Like today, most of our examples would be general corpora. So it means it's a big corpora consisting of text from different fields like sport, business, right, politics, and many other fields. But if you want to do research in ESP, right, English for specific purposes, your corpus could be called specialized corpora as well, like just business email or the language or weather forecast report or COVID-19 corpus, right? So that those are examples of specialized corpora. Okay, and then we just mentioned about annotation, right? So if you want to look at the technical construction of your corpus, some corpora would be called annotated if you have spatial coding, like part of speech coding to your raw data. But if you don't, right, you can just call your corpora like unannotated ones. Okay, so if you are interested and if you have more time, right, you can explore some of the available resources. I mean, you don't have to build your corpora if it's not specialized corpora, right? If you just want to use it for teaching English in general, don't waste your time, right, building your own corpora. There are a lot of available resources already, like the one I listed here, right? So, okay, today we might explore the first two links first. And then if you have time, you may explore the other one as well. So these are online or web-based corpora, right? One advantage of this kind of online corpora is that you don't need software, right? So imagine if you construct your own corpus, like a specialized corpus, you need two things. First, you need the database. I mean, the specialized corpus, like a collection of COVID-19 news, right? But you need software as well. You need to buy or subscribe to software to analyze your corpus, like making keywords or word lists or producing examples, right? You need a separate software. So you need two things. But if you go to these websites, those two things are together already on their server or the cloud, right? So you don't need to buy software. So these websites will have both databases and then the software together, right? So that's why web-based corpora are good starting points. Yeah, of course, but for your research, you might need very, very technical corpus, very specialized one, right? So that's why you need to have your collection and you need to have standalone software, right? Like separate software to play with it as well. And those are examples, right, of the software that you can use. The first one is very highly recommended. It's called Ancon, right? The first link here, it's free for educational purposes. It's very easy to use, right? So you can try to use it later on. Okay, before we ask you to do something, let's just finish this introduction with some basic tools, right? So for example, once you have your own collection or corpus, or if you go to those online, corpora, right? So you have to make sure that you know all the basic functions or tools, whether it is online version or your own collection. Right, so there are 5 basic tools when you talk about corpus analysis, right? Word list, cluster list, keyword list, concordance, and collocation analysis, right? So for example, one tool that you will use a lot when you do research, when you conduct research in corpus linguistics is called word list, right? So basically, the software will go through all your text. So in this example, we are having a small collection of psychological texts about articles about depression. So corpus software will go through all your texts and then make a list of words in terms of frequency, right? So for example, in this corpus, you can see that the top 10 words are like and, to, the, right? So those are grammatical words. And then you have some content word add like depression as well, right? So online corpora, right? Sometimes you can have word list like this as well. But more often you can do this when you have a special software like Ancon to do it, right? And another tool that Corpus technique can help with your analysis or your research is to generate what we call cluster analysis. It's very similar to word list, right? But if you notice, if you go back to word list is just one word, right? Just one word at a time. But you can ask the software to generate a list of phrases or cluster as well, like 2 or 3 words, right? So that's why if you want to conduct research in lexical bundles, for example, yeah, lots of studies in lexical bundles, right? In academic writing, for example. So they use this tool to generate bundles or phrases, like 2 or 3 words bundle. So for example, if you type the word depression here, the software will generate any phrases, right? Frequent phrases that contain the word depression. Another tool that is useful is Kinase Analysis, right? This is very similar to word lists, but you may notice that the results of the analysis is a bit different, right? Okay, so sorry if I have to go back and forth a little bit. So if you notice the results from normal word list, you can see that the most frequent words are usually grammar words like and, to, the, right? But if you do Kinase analysis, you might see that all those common words are gone, they disappear, right? So only the content word, the technical terms would appear on the top of the list here, right? So that's because the way the software works is a bit different. So with Kinase analysis, you are comparing your corpus and another corpus. So you need 2 sets of data, right? So for example, I was comparing this depression corpus with general newspapers corpus. So the Kinase analysis will compare the 2 corpora, right? And then only the words that are frequent in your corpus would be presented here. So that's why the word a and the, they are gone, right? They disappear because they have very low Kinase values, right? So basically, a and the have low Kinase values because a and the are common in your corpus, and a and the are also common in sport, in business, right? In other corpora. So that's why a and the are not unique to your corpus, are not different. That's why they are not on this list, because their Kinase values are very low, right? But words like depression, teen, suicide, right? These words have very high Kinase values because they are very unique to your corpus, but you don't find this word a lot in comparable corpora, in sport, in business, right? So that's the basic concept of Kinase. So basically, they will use statistical tools in the software, right, to do some calculation for you and list only the words that are technical terms, right, that are very unique to your corpus. Okay, and the last tool, right, and then that's going to be the tool we use a lot today. And if you introduce this technique with your students for the first time, I think this one is the most important one, right? It's called concordance. So all corpus resources would have this facility or this tool, right, called concordance. So when we talk about concordance, I mean, actually concordance is not a new word, right? It's a very old technique in literature or in Bible studies, right? So if you imagine like when they study Bibles, the Bibles or literature, right? In the past, like long time ago, if you are interested in a word, you have to find a sentence that contains the word. Like for example, if you are studying the Bibles, and if you want to explore the word, okay, let's say the word Trinity, which is one of the important concepts in Christianity, right? The word Trinity. You have to find the word Trinity in the Bibles. And once you find it, you have to copy that sentence and write it down in your notebook, right? And then you have to look at another chapter of the Bibles. And if you find the word Trinity again, you just write down that sentence in your notebook, right? So you are collecting examples from a source, right? But in the past, it's painstaking, it's time consuming because you have to do it manually. You have to copy with your hands, right? But now the concept of concordance is now modern concordance, if you can call it. So the software can go through your database or your corpus, and they can generate examples of the words that you are looking at, right, in just a few seconds. So these are examples of what we call concordance lines, right? So for example, if you type the word depressed with ed, depressed, and then the software will go through all the files in your corpus. And when they find the word depressed, they will stop, right? And then they will count to the left-hand side, maybe about 40 or 50 characters. And then they will count to the right-hand side, maybe about the same length. And then they will cut that chunk and then paste it on the screen like this, right? And then they will move on to find the next example of depressed in your corpus. And then they will do the same, right? They will keep repeating the process. They will go to the left, go to the right, and then cut that chunk and then paste it to the second line on the screen, right? But the way they do it, if you notice, they're trying to put the keyword or the search term in the middle of the page, right? So that's why the word depressed, if you can see on the left-hand side of this slide now, you can see that the word depressed is aligned right in the middle of the page, right? So, and this makes the reading of concordance lines easier, right? So for example, you can see that if you read concordance lines, you read it, usually you look at the left or the right-hand side of that middle line, right? So for example, you can see if you look at the red color first to the right-hand side of the word depressed, you can see that you can see some nouns that are used a lot, like depressed people, depressed teen, right? If you look to the left-hand side, to the green colors, the green highlights, you can see some verbs like feel depressed, or some determiners like most or are, right? Or adverb like seriously depressed, right? So this is how we read concordance lines. So if you use it with your students, you have to have a training class, right? So you have to train your students to read concordance lines. So, and then your students may try to translate all the words, right? Or some of them may try to understand the context, like they try to see what, who, does, what, subject, verb, object, and they might be confused because you can see that each concordance is taken from one source. Maybe the first line is from the first book, the second line is from the second magazine, right? So you cannot read concordance lines continually as if you were reading a novel or a paragraph, right? So that's one thing you have to make sure your students are aware of. Each line may be taken from one source, so it's disjointed. I mean, it's separated context, right? and it may not be complete sentences. Don't try to make sense of subject, verb, object because they are chunks, right? They are just extractions. They might be complete sentences. And most importantly, when we read concordance lines, we don't read it for comprehension, but we read them to get pattern, right? To see what comes before, to see what comes after. So basically, we read concordances on the side way, like left-hand side or right-hand side. And we read it like vertically, right? Up, top to bottom, not horizontally, not left to right, right? When we read the concordance line. Okay, so those are the key concepts of concordances, right? And then from this bullet point, I think you should raise all these points to your student as well. Okay, so, and as I said, the concept of corpus linguistics started with the group of people who wanted to use authentic data to write dictionaries for learners, right? But then later on, people say, oh, why don't we ask the students to join the fun as well, right? So that's why a scholar called Tim Jones and his team, right? They coined or they invented this term data-driven learning or DDL. So we are going to focus on DDL today because the title of today's workshop is Corpus Linguistics for ELT, right? So when we talk about English language teaching, I think DDL is the direct way of using language corpora in ELT. That's why we will, build our workshop today on DDL, right? So this is a quick definition of DDL. So DDL is basically the use in the classroom of computer-generated concordances, right? So we are talking about reading concordance lines. The purpose of reading concordance lines is to get students to explore the regularities of patterning in the target language. Right. So basically, you will encourage the students to try to make sense of concordances by themselves first. And then we hope that they will find something about language patterning, right? So notice that we don't expect the student to learn about verb tense, about clause structure, right? About if clause, right? We don't expect them to learn all the grammar points, but we expect them to learn about pattern, like phrases, collocation, and the way a word or a phrase is used in real language, right? So that's why we focus on lexical behavior rather than like the conventional grammatical teaching. Okay, and we call it data-driven learning because the students will not be given direct explanation about the grammar, right? They will look at the data, the corpus data, and then the corpus data will drive their learning, right? So we encourage them to discover something, right? To read concordances and then to try to make some conclusions by themselves. That's why we call data-driven learning, because learning would be driven not by the teacher directly, but by the corpus data, right? So that's why we call this approach data-driven learning. Okay, I will stop talking now because I would like you to have a feel, right? How data-driven learning takes place in the real classroom, right? So that's why I would like to invite you back to the worksheet now. Okay, let's do the second task together, right? And then we might have a short break as well, a short morning break, and come back to continue. Okay, so let's imagine that you are the students in a data-driven learning classroom, right? So just act as students first in maybe for the next half an hour. And then I would like you to visit this website, the one that say corpus.leads.ac.uk, right? This one. Okay, from your own computer, right? You can follow this link. So that's one of the online corpora that we usually use for training purposes. So, and if you use it with your students for the first time, now I recommend this website because it is easy to use compared to other complicated online resources, right? So this one, you can see that this is the main page of the website. It's a collection of English corpora. So as I said, these kind of websites would have two elements together, the databases and the software together, right? So for example, this website contains a lot of interesting databases. So the default one, I mean, if you don't make some adaptations, the default setting would be the BNC, right? This one. BNC stands for British National Corpus. So it's a collection of text from the British text like newspapers or magazines. If you want to change the database, you can move your mouse along, right? If you want a collection of news from Reuters, news agencies, or from the internet, or from New York Times, right? You can change, you can move your mouse. But I recommend that you go to BNC first because it is the largest database, right? So the larger you have, the more examples you are likely to get when you search for a word or a phrase, right? Okay, let's stick to BNC first. Okay, and the way it works, it's very easy. If you want to generate concordance lines, you just type a word. Like the word reason, for example. Okay, if you type the word reason, right? And then you click submit, you move your mouse to the submit button here. Okay, you can see that what the website is doing is they will generate concordance lines or examples of the word reason, right? That they can find in this database, right? So they will make a random selection of the first 100 examples first. So what you see on the screen is not all they got, right? It's just the first 100 examples that are randomly selected by the program, right? So you can see that yeah, a random selection is important because if you don't have much time, you might want to have some quick observation from the first 100 line first, right? And then because it is a randomized selection, it can show you the representative of the pattern, right? So for example, if you see here, if you look at the right hand side, you can see that the word reason is used with the word for quite a lot, right? So if you see the chunk that I highlighted here, if you look to the right hand side of the word reason, you can see the word for quite a lot, right? So in this randomized 100 lines, it gives you some indication of the pattern, right? So for example, the word reason for is found quite a lot. I mean, if you have 200, 400, 500 lines, I think the proportion would be the same, more or less the same. You will see a few examples of reason for as well, right? Okay, so in a classroom, you have to make sure that your students know how it works, right? So you have to tell them that when we read concordance lines, basically we try to look to the left and to the right of the middle line, right? We start from the right-hand side first. Why? Because if you notice, the right-hand side is easier to read compared to the left-hand side, right? So if you notice, why? Because the right-hand side, the same word will be put together, like for would be pressed together, right? And the word is together. The word that, or to, or why, right? You can see that the same words will be together. And it is presented this way because the computer arranges the right word in alphabetical order, right? If you notice, okay, they might start from punctuation marks like comma or full stop, right? And then they might start with A, B, C, D, right? In this case, it starts with D dog, destroying, and then F for F, and then G, and then I, right? In alphabetical order, all the way to W, X, Y, Z. So in doing so, the same word like Y, right, would be pressed together. So this is how we make use of the computer stupidity, right? Because the computer can arrange A, B, C, D, but they don't know when they come across the same word like Y, they don't know what to do, right? So they put them together. So that's why it is easier for us to see the pattern, reason why, right? Because the word why always packed together. So you have to train your students to read to the right-hand side, for example, first, right? Because it is arranged alphabetically. But sometimes interesting things come before the word, not after, right? But you may notice that here, the left-hand side is still very difficult to read because the same words are not pressed together like the right-hand side, right? So what you have to do is you may go back to the search page again, right? And the way to navigate yourself is very easy. You can just move your mouse to the back arrow on the top left of the screen, right? Like the regular website back, key to go back one step to the search page again. So if you look here at the setting area, right? The one I just highlighted. So you can see that the setting, the automatic setting is on the word right, which means the computer will always arrange the right words in alphabetical order. But sometimes you can adjust the setting as well. You can move your mouse to the left here, the word left. Okay, change from right to left, right? And then you press submit button again. Okay, this time, right? You can see that the left hand side of the word reason is easier to read now because you have the reason, you have another reason, right? You can see words that often come before the word reason, like any reason, good reason, right? Main reason, no reason, some reason, this reason, right? So you should tell your students to do both right and left sorting. We call this activity like sorting, like arranging the alphabet like this, right? Okay, and the last thing you should train your students to do is to read both left and right at the same time, right? And to see a longer chunk, right? So for example, instead of just focusing on the immediate context, yeah, I mean immediate, like first to the left or first to the right, right? That's not enough sometimes. Your students should be trained to go beyond that, right? To read the whole chunk. Like the reason is, right? This is another reason for, right? So your students should be trained to read wider chunk because it is very useful for their writing, for example, right? To be able to use longer, phrases. If for any reason, right? That's another example. Or the main reason why there is no reason to do something, right? The only reason for or for this reason, right? So you can see that if the students start by looking at immediate context first, I think that's fair enough, right? But later on, they should be encouraged to go beyond the immediate left or right, right? To read the whole chunking of phrases of language as well, right? Because those expressions will be very useful for the students' production of language, like in writing as well, right? Okay, so I mean, you might take a short break if you want, and when we come back, I would like you to choose one of these. Okay, if you go back to task 2. Okay, so I would like you to choose one of these sentences, right? So the situation is you are asked by your teacher, which is myself here, right? To help your colleagues or your friends improve their original sentences, right? So you can see that the original sentences got something a bit wrong, not that serious, but still a bit awkward, right? So for example, the first one, students will be provided some training. That's still a bit something strange, right? Or they suggest us to have a short meeting. I'm sure you are capable to do something, right? So still a bit strange. Or, right, if you have questions like this, what are the differences between refuse and reject? Yeah, of course, you can look up in dictionaries, right? But sometimes dictionaries may not give you enough examples. So that's why I would like you to try to use this online Corpora to help you find better answers to this question about differences between two similar words like dangerous and harmful, thanks to and owing to, right? Or some of you may choose this word choice issue. So I was very disappointed. It's perfect in terms of grammar, but in terms of word choice, sometimes students use the word very too much, right? There's overuse of the word very. With Thai students, I'm not quite sure about in Myanmar or in other contexts, right? But anyway, so Thai students use very quite a lot, too much, right? So that's why if you search the word disappointed and get concordance lines, and then if you look at the left-hand side, right, you might help your students, come up with something else that means the same as very, but not the word very itself, right? or you might come across some unnatural sentences, but it is hard to explain why sometimes. Like the government has caused big progress, right? You know there's something wrong, but concordant lines might help your students see what is wrong. Or sometimes students have disagreements, right? Some students said, oh, when we use contact, we don't need a preposition. But the other students say, oh, but we have seen contact with before. I have seen in newspapers or magazines, right? So when disagreements happen like this, I think concordance or corpora might be a good tool, right? To settle the argument or, okay, hang on, right? Let's have a look at online corpora together and then see who is right, who is wrong. Another disagreement that I got from my own students, right? Some students said, oh, Ajahn, we cannot use I have ever with an affirmative or normal sentence, right? We can only use it in a question, like, have you ever been, right? But we cannot say, I have ever been to Myanmar or to India. It's strange, right? But the other students said, oh, but I have heard native speakers saying, I have ever before in a normal sentence, not in a question, right? So that's why you say, okay, maybe both of you are right, right? Let's have a look at the online corpora together. And the same with chance of and chance to, right? Students said both are correct, but sometimes you're not quite sure, right? Okay, so after the break, we can take about 10-15 minutes break. After the break, I would like you to choose one of these sentences. I mean, you can do it in pairs or individually if you want, right? And then go to that online website, I mean, online corpora, and get concordance lines for the underlying word or the suggested key term, right? I've got some suggested search term as well. And then when you read or analyze the corpora, right, I would like you to improve the original sentences. And it would be nice if you can copy and paste the website address of the result page as well, right? So you can see, for example, when you get to the result page, like reason like this, you can actually go to the website address, and then you can use your mouse to do the right clicking, right? Use the right clicking of the mouse to copy this website address here. Like this, right? And then you can paste it next to your revised sentence like this, right? So if your friends would like to see more examples, they can follow your link, right? So they can actually go to this and then they will see the result for the word reason there as well, right? So in the classroom practice with your students, you can ask the student to do the same. Once they get the result page, they can copy the address, the website address, and then paste it next to their answer, right? So if there are some disagreements, their friends can actually go to visit the result, page as well, and then they might suggest something more interesting. Right. Okay. So let's take a short break. Okay. So you can stretch a little bit, and then we come back in maybe 10:45, maybe. Right. Okay. You can continue later. Don't worry. right? So you can take your time in doing this. I mean, the purpose is not to find serious, answer or anything, but just to let you know what's going on in a data-driven learning or corpus-based lessons, right? So that's just to give you some ideas. You can see that in practice, I think you need 2 or 3 classes of introduction as well, right? So I think your students might be put off, or they might find, some stuff very, very confusing if you suddenly like throw language corpora at them and then hoping that they can do something, right? I think in practice, you may need at least 1 or 2 classes introducing the basic concept of a corpus, introduce them to different corpus resources, right? Show them how it works, starting with online corpora like this. And the second thing you might need to work with your student is to, get them familiar with the spatial format of concordance, right? Because the most important tool, as we said, is concordance lines, and you have to train your students to read them properly, right? So make sure that they know that each line may be taken from a different source, right? So that they should not read those lines as if they were reading continuing text. That's the first thing. The second thing is they should pay attention to the left and the right hand side of the keyword, right? And then they would read concordance line top down, right? Or vertically, not horizontally. And then first focus on the immediate context, and then later on try to read from left to right, and then to cover a longer chunk or longer phrase as well. And what you are doing now, right? I think as a teacher, you need a good prompt. I mean, so for example, you have to raise some kind of questions, and the good starting point is this kind of near synonym questions, which might come from the students themselves, or as a teacher, you can prepare all those words before, right? So for example, differences between 2 very common but similar words, like between chance and opportunity, right? Differences between hear and listen, right? So those simple pairs. Or like something we are doing now, like differences between refuse and reject, dangerous and harmful, and things like that, right? Or the prompt could come from the students' homework or assignments, like the first few sentences here were actually taken from the assignments that I got from my own student in writing class students. So you can pick the grammar points that are very subtle, right? I mean, if it is like subject verb agreement or if clause, you don't have to. Now, I think you can deal with them using other approaches. But if the mistakes or the errors are more to do with phraseology, like language pattern usage, like the ones we are doing now, right? Provide, suggest, capable. If it is about the use of the words, I think maybe it's worth doing something like we are doing now. Okay, what we've been talking about so far is called the pre-process, right? The pre-process, which means the preparation of the introduction of a language corpora, introduction to reading and interpreting concordance lines, creating prompts, right, or questions like, and then that includes providing guidance for searches as well, right? So you can see sometimes the students don't know how to search, right? So that's why one of your first exercises should include what we call suggested search term or terms, right? If you want to suggest more than one search, opportunities. Okay, and then what we are going to do now before the lunch break is to look at the post activity, right? Or what's going on during the activity. Because when we talk about DDL or data-driven learning, one important element is about discovering something, right? And then, okay, first, you may ask the student to report what they find first. Don't worry about right or wrong conclusion, right? And that's something you are doing now. I am asking you to just say anything you notice. Don't worry if it is right or wrong, right? And you may back up your conclusion or your answer with a link to the examples, right? So I think that's what is happening in the real DDL class as well. And then students need time, right? So that's why you don't have to rush them. This can be homework. I mean, they can do this before, right? If they have time to read or to interpret the concordance lines. But because now, all of you are advanced learners, so that's why I'm speeding up the process a little bit by giving you just a short time to do this. Okay, so I think I can give you a few more minutes to try to get something, and then I will illustrate how it works when it comes to discussion of the findings, right? Because another important aspect of DDL is to go through all the findings. And then as a teacher, I think your role comes in at this stage, right? Before that, your role is just to introduce. Your role is just to facilitate, by asking kind of like follow up or guided questions, by suggesting search terms, right? And then let the student find anything and report anything they would like to do first. And then the teacher comes in at this stage, right? When we look at the results together. Okay, so I guess we might have a quick look at some of the finished one first, right? But don't worry if you still want to continue, so you can just keep working on it. Yeah, but this one, I'm sure you are capable to take on this project, right? So I think this is a good example of how to begin your DDL lesson with sentences like this. It's very straightforward, right? It's just the use of the word capable and then the pattern that follows this word, right? So sometimes students may mix up with similar words like able, right? When they say, oh, I'm able to do something. So the word able has the pattern like to do something, right? So some students may mix them up, and then they might think that capable has the same pattern as able, right? That's why some of them might say capable to do something. But if you kind of follow this link here, right? So you can see that the students themselves can type the word capable in this online Corpora, right? And then in a few seconds, the screen will display concordance lines or examples of the word capable like this, right? And it's very obvious. I mean, maybe 80 or 90% of the first 100 randomized lines would have this pattern, right? Capable of. So as a teacher or as a DDL teacher, I think you don't have to stop there, right? You can encourage more reading for the whole class, right? So usually what I do in my class is I will go through one by one sentence like this, right? Okay, of course, I will acknowledge the answer first, right? Okay, very good. I think you got the right pattern now, nah? So it has been changed from capable to take to capable of taking. Okay, that's very good, right? And then I would invite all the other students to join this screen as well. And then I would ask more follow-up questions, right? So for example, okay, if you have a quick look at the word that comes after the word of, what kind of word is this? Right, okay, of course, students will have to go to the next position, right? To the right-hand side of the word of here. And then they might see that, okay, most of the words are like verb ing that serves as a noun, right? Like capable of causing something, capable of creating something, capable of giving something, right? Of performing. And then there might be some exceptions, right? So sometimes you don't see the word of, but you see a noun, like the second line from the bottom here, a very capable power, right? So I think that's an opportunity to talk about something related to this, right? Because DDL is all about what we call accidental learning sometimes. So we might plan to raise awareness of capable of doing something, right? But the data or the concordance lines might, lead you to something else. Like here, you can see, oh, sometimes capable is used with a noun directly, right? A very capable power. So capable has some other patterns as well. Doesn't have to be capable of doing something all the time, right? And then you can, if you have time, right, you can search for more pattern like capable and then now. And then if you have advanced learners, you can go further in from pattern into meaning, right? So you can ask them, when we capable of doing something, is it something good or bad? Right, so you can connect the pattern with the meaning or connotation as well, right? And you can see that, we can capable of doing good things sometimes, right? Like improving things, inspiring things, performing, right? And sometimes you might be capable of doing something bad as well, right? Like capable of causing some damage, right? So that's another level. I mean, it depends on your students. If you have advanced learners, you can move on, like I said, from pattern, from grammar into meaning, like positive meaning, negative meaning as well. Okay, another question is try to switch the position, right? Okay, so far we focus a lot on the right hand side, capable of doing something, right? And what about the word that come before? Right, you can encourage your students to go back to resort it, right? So for example, you may search for capable and then change the sorting position to the left hand side, like this. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Okay, this is what's happening in a DDL class as well, right? So maybe you start by looking at the right hand side, and then before you finish the discussion, you invite or encourage the students to switch to the other side of the page as well, right? So that something I'm sharing now. You can see that when you go back and then change the alphabetical sorting from the right to the left, the student may see a different world, right? Something different as well. Like they will focus more on what comes before, right? So you can see that verb to be is used quite a lot in this pattern, right? They are capable of doing something, right? Should be, right? You can see that some modal verbs can be used with capable as well, like will be or should be, right? But usually verb to be will be used in this pattern. And they might see some adverbs like perfectly capable. So this is to raise awareness of what we call collocation in English, right? Collocation means the way the words are used together to form natural flowing reading in English. So this adverb and adjective combination could be something you raise as part of this interpretation of concordance lines as well, like perfectly capable, right? Still capable. Okay, so that's just examples of what DDL lessons look like, right? You have a prompt or a question. You ask the students to get the lines, interpret them, report the findings, and as a teacher, you guide them more, right? I mean, if the students got it totally wrong, you can draw them back on track. If they got it right, you can follow it up by asking more connecting question to the meaning. Sometimes go to the left hand side, right? Look at the other side of the pattern and things like that. Okay, so I think we may look at some other sentences as well. Okay, thank you, Ajan Sripicharn, for this observation. Okay, sometimes you can ask the students to present their findings, right? So this is why I'm going to ask Ajahn Onma to say a few words about your discovery, right? About your finding. So would you like to explain or elaborate your summary a little bit when you looked at concordant lines for the word refuse, right? Or you can just use the past tense, form refused as well. And then if you have another search for reject or rejected, right? So what might you want to say about the differences between refuse and reject? Yeah, of course, reject is very similar to refuse, right? So that's why we call these confusable pairs, right? Or near synonyms sometimes. If you reject a proposal or a request, for instance, you decide not to agree with it. Yeah, okay, that's a perfect summary of the meaning. But when you refuse something, generally that something is offered to you and you say no, right? I think this is a very good summary, right? Very easy to understand as well, right? So I would be very happy if my students, came up with observation like this, and you can do more, right? Okay, in a real classroom, what you can also do is to ask other students to comment on this conclusion, right? Because some of them may agree, some of them may not agree, but we are not fighting, but we are referring to the data together, right? So I'm not sure if any of you would like to add something to this observation or to give more like specific examples. I think a good starting point might be to go through this answer, right? And I think this one is very interesting. I'm going to underline it. So if you reject a proposal or a request, right? So I think naturally, or maybe without knowing, this student is raising a very important concept, right, of collocation, right? So when you reject something, what is that something, right? A proposal or a request. So that's why as a DDL teacher, you might say, oh, this is very interesting. Okay, let's have a look at what we usually reject, right? Apart from a proposal or apart from a request, what else can we reject? Okay, so basically you can go to the website together with the student, right? And then you can say, okay, let's type the word reject. And then because we would like to concentrate on the right hand side, reject what, right? So that's why maybe we can move the alphabetical sorting back to the right position there, right? Make sure you move it to the right hand side and then press submit. Okay, you can tell your student, okay, let's see the nouns that come after the verb reject and see what kind of things people can reject in English, right? Apart from proposal. And you can ask like double checking or cross question as well. So for example, okay, yeah, I agree that we can reject a proposal or we can reject a proposal or a request, right? But can we refuse a proposal as well, right? So that is another example of a cross checking. If you can reject a proposal or a request, can we refuse a proposal as well, right? So, and then the student may, if they have time, they might try to search refuse a proposal, right? Or they might search refuse and then look at the nouns that come after the verb refuse and then see if proposal or request are very often used after refuse or not, right? So that can be another example of a follow-up, kind of question as well. Yeah, I mean, I think you can see, right? If you look at the nouns that follow the verb, the word reject, it's quite abstract, right? People usually reject something of an idea or something, right? Okay, of course, you reject a motion, a proposal, right? You might reject something. You reject investment projects. You reject guidance. You reject the claim, right? You reject the idea. I think the word idea comes quite a lot, right? You reject idea. You reject a notion. You reject the scheme, right? Okay, you might reject a person as well, right? So both concrete and abstract now, but a little bit more abstract issues there when you reject something, right? What about refuse? Okay, if you search the term refuse, I think you can see some overlapping things, right? Sometimes you can refuse the payment, right? You refuse something, but I agree that you usually refuse something that is offered to you, but you may reject some kind of idea or concept, right? So I think maybe that's one of the differences. Right, and I think you can draw attention to this pattern as well, right? Refuse to do something, right? You can see that the word reject does not have this pattern quite a lot. Okay, you might be able to say reject to do something, but it's not very common, right? But if you look at this screen here, you can see that almost half of the page, right, like 50%, takes this pattern, refuse to do something, right? So I think that could be one interesting observation as well, right? Apart from the meaning, I think the grammar is different as well. We don't say reject to do something a lot, but we say refuse to do something quite a lot, right? And then you can ask more questions. Refuse to do what? What are the verbs that are very common in this pattern, right? So we can refuse to accept something. We can refuse to become something, refuse to answer, refuse to move, refuse to pay, right? Refuse to send something, refuse to produce something, right? So refuse is more like action, right? You refuse to take some action. But reject is more like disagreement, or you reject an idea, right? You reject something. So yeah, of course, there's no right and wrong answer. As you can see, you know, the DDL lessons are not about giving perfect answers, right? There might be some exceptions, but if the students have more and more data, they might discover, you know, more things or some exceptions of the pattern as well. So I'm not quite sure if anyone wants to say something more about refuse or reject, right? But I think the answer here is a very good starting point already, right? So when you reject, the pattern is more like reject something, right? Usually something abstract like idea or a proposal, right? But refuse, it's usually means you don't want to do it, right? So something is offered to you when you don't want to do it. That's why you refuse to do something, right? So that's why a more typical pattern is refuse to do something. Yeah, but of course you can say refuse something as well, right? But it's more like action. You refuse to do something. Okay, what about the next sentence? Okay, Ajahn James, would you like to comment on your own finding here?
All right.
Yeah, right.
Okay, yes. Basically, both of them are used as adjective to describe different things.
Right, right.
And,
okay.
They are okay. Most of my findings show that they are used after the verb be. Yes, ismr. Okay, and also yes in front of the nouns.
Right, right. Okay.
Okay, but the major difference is the target things they describe. Yes, dangerous is used for living things.
Right.
Harmful, yes, is used for chemicals, behaviors, or substances. Yes.
Right. That yeah. Very good observation. And what about the word harmful?
Yes, the word harmful is used to describe non-living things like chemical. Yes, harmful chemicals, or even behaviors like smoking is harmful.
Right, right. Yeah, right. So, yeah, that's very interesting. And anyone wants to follow it up a little bit, right? So what might we encourage the students to do more? I mean, from this very interesting concordance lines of harmful here. Yeah, I think you can support, right? You can support the conclusion or the answers there as well. That dangerous is quite broad, right? But harmful is more to do with health, to do with something about people's life as well, right? As Ajahn James said, and I think you can support that by drawing attention to some of the context as well, right? So like harmful to health, right? We can find 2 or 3 sentences like harmful to health, harmful to the child, harmful to the patient, right? Harmful to the younger generation. So it's more, it's targeted more to human effects, right? And then you can see harmful side effects. I think it's along the same, line as well. It's more biological as well, right? Harmful genes, harmful effects of smoking, of weather, right? Usually related to people, right? So Ajahn James is very right about this conclusion. Okay, and another thing about DDL is that you can add something in without planning, right? So for example, if I were Ajahn James, I might draw attention to a similar word as well, like hazardous. Right. So you can see that the word hazardous is very similar to dangerous and harmful as well, right? But maybe it's less common. And the context is more specific, right? So I'm not quite sure if you still see the screen that I'm sharing or not, but I mean, if you search the word hazardous on your own computer, right? You can see that the hazardous is used with some kind of substance or chemicals quite a lot, right? Like hazardous chemicals, hazardous to health as well, hazardous waste. Right, so this is good exercise to get the students become more sensitive to the context, right? To the word choice, to near synonyms and things like that. Okay, so thank you very much, Ajahn James, for your sharing. So I should continue to maybe the next next sentence. Okay, what about thanks to and owing to? Both means as a result of something, right? So they have the same functions in discourse. I mean in signaling cause effect connection, right? So but Ajahn Yi Moncho, would you like to say something about your discovery?
So what I found about the differences between thanks to and owing to that, actually there will be normally say in the use of the form, but a little difference. Because the first one, thanks to mean we have to give the emotion and thanks or thanks for help. For example, we can refer to the someone or something, it's okay, but we have a thanks or help, they are help or thanks. That's why we can give in credits or gratitude to someone or something and for acknowledging.
Yeah, exactly.
And then the difference is with the thanks to and owing to it. Owing to means because of something or somebody, there is no sense of the thanks. It's just only the choice. For example, if we want to try something because of something, because of somebody, like this, we want to owing to. Now, this is the difference between thanks to and owing to.
Right. Okay, that's a very good, interesting observation, right? I think it is a it is a friendly way of introducing a very complicated linguistic concept of connotation, right? Like spatial meaning there. So like as you said, the word thanks to implies contribution, right? Gratitude. Although the word thanks here doesn't mean thank you directly, but it implies that kind of contribution or gratitude. But owing to is more neutral, right? I think that's very good observation. But you could do one step more, right? For example, you could go, you could show the concordance line for thanks to the students. Right, and then you can see, oh, okay, thanks to, can we analyze the context that come after thanks to together, right? Yeah, of course, thanks to can be followed by a person's name, right? So I think that support your findings about contribution or gratitude, right? Because we thanks to this person, right? And then you can see that after the person's name, we have the reason for thanking them as well, right? So usually with that, thanks to Dr. Catherine, who did something useful for us or for our organization, right? We thanks to person's name for doing something for us, right? Okay, so mostly, so that's why mostly the words are quite positive, right? Because we are referring or we are implying, a person's contribution, right? That's why it's usually positive. Yeah, thanks to the commitment, thanks to the effort by someone, right? Thanks to the skill of the musician, right? Thanks to the 2 goals, right, by football players, right? So it's all about contributing to something. Okay, what about owing to? So if we...
It just only means the better choice. For something or somebody, we refer to something or somebody, but we have not the sense of help or gratitude.
Right. Yeah, again, right? Maybe we don't have a lot of examples here, but yeah, but if we have a look at the example together, well, we can see that, okay, I'm sorry. So I am trying to share the... Okay, we might not have a lot of examples, but anyway, so yeah, I agree that if you look at this, owing to him, right? owing to the accused faults, owing to the university, owing to them, right? The debt, worth of debt, 10 pounds worth of debt owing to us, right? So owing means like something to do with debt as well. Money owing to, right? So you can see that the word owing sometimes has the meaning about like the debt, something to do with debt as well. But again, if it's not about money, right, it is something neutral or sometimes negative as well, right, compared to thanks to. So again, if you in your next class, you may introduce them to a larger corpus. Like, okay, before lunch break, I might show you how a larger database might work, right? And then you can see that the thanks to is sometimes used with something about technology as well, like thanks to the development of a new medicine or something. It had that sense of contribution in terms of the advancement or progress in technology or like innovation as well, right? And owing to, if you have more examples, sometimes it refers to some bad thing, like owing to the injuries, owing to some problems, right? So you can have more example that signal the negative side of owing to more if you have larger corpus. But thank you very much for this very interesting observation. Okay. Yeah, thank you. What about the next one? Okay, this is a good one about word choice, right? So apart from using the word very, so Jansuda suggested lots of.
It's a few. Normally it's like the verb to be followed by disappointed, but just a few. I tried to find the words that the same meaning like the varies, and I found that it's a real and greatly, really so.
Yeah, right. Yeah, of course, I think you can refer to dictionary or collocation dictionaries for help, right? But I think a quick look at concordance lines for disappointed might give the students a few more options, right? Apart from very, you can see bitterly is more specific and stronger, right? Greatly, really, I think that sometimes in a short paragraph, if the students want to use disappointed more than one time, right? They may use very in one place and then bitterly in another place. So that might give a variation to the writing as well. Yeah. So I agree. Yeah. Thank you for the choices.
Thank you.
Right. Okay, Ajahn Mary, this is quite interesting, right? What have you discovered when you have to settle the arguments between two groups of students, right? One group say, oh, contact, we don't need with, and the other group say, oh, we have seen contact with before, right? So what might you settle their argument?
Yes. To settle the argument, I give example like today teachers show us.
Right, yeah.
With corpus, I give example and such in the corpus and then we can find the phrase content the stuff, although we can find contact with, and I give example like.
Right. Okay, so you mean both students are correct, right?
No, sir.
Right. Okay.
With is correct, sir.
Right. Okay, so okay, let's see your example. The first link. Okay, let's follow the first link. Yeah, right. I think you're right. You can see that contact with, we have a lot of examples, right?
Yes.
Of contact with. Okay, so And who do we contact with, or who do we have contact with usually? Right. So that can be another example of a follow-up question, right? Okay. So okay, you can see that contact can be used with as well, right? Yeah. And what about your second link? Can we go to your second link as well?
Contacts.
Right. So okay, on this page, if you see the screen that I'm sharing now, you can see that the word contact without with is possible as well, right? So you can see that on this page, the word contact is used without the preposition with. Yeah, lack of contact, right? Okay, so and you can see that okay, if you go on to the second half of the page, you can see okay, you should contact the festival office, you should contact social service ticket office, you should contact them, right? Or contact your doctor, contact your local community, right? So you can see that maybe both groups of students are right, because sometimes you can contact your doctor, contact the office without using the word with, right? But sometimes you can have contact with someone as well, right? So as a teacher, what you could do is you might raise the awareness of the differences between part of speech as well, right? So for example, okay, let me go back to the main page of this, right? So that is a technique you can do as well. Okay, let me share the page. Right, okay, so you can see that, okay, if you type the word contact, right? In some case, contact can be a noun, right? Or contact can be a verb as well. So if you just type contact, the result may have a mixed or a combination of contact as a noun and contact as a verb, right? But if you just want contact as a verb, I think what this website can do is you can go to the link here called English tag, right? I mean, my mouse is moving around the link English tag here. English tag means part of speech, like noun and verb. So for example, if you want contact only as a verb, you can just choose the verb tagging. Tagging means spatial coding, right? Okay, for example, you can choose this line, all forms of verb, and then click OK, right? You can see that in the box, they will add extra coding, and you don't have to remember it, right? Because you can just click English tag, and then it will add the tag automatically for you here. So now, if you press submit again, the screen will only show examples or concordance lines of the word contact only as a verb, right? Of course, this is robot, you know, maybe it's not 100% accurate, but most of the examples now, right, are the verb form of contact, like please contact someone, to contact someone, right? Contact him, contact me. You can see that when contact is a verb, usually we don't need with preposition with. You can contact someone, or you can contact an organization, right? But if you change the search word to contact, and if you choose the noun tag and press submit again, right? You can see that when contact is a noun, of course you don't need with, but sometimes you can have with as well, right? So like it comes into contact with someone. We have had little contact with someone, right? We still in close contact with someone. He came into contact with someone, or we still maintain my contact with someone, right? You can see that when contact is a noun, sometimes people can use with as well, right?
Yes.
But when contact is a verb, usually we don't need with, right? So that can be a very small difference between contact and contact with in relation to different part of speech like verb and noun as well, right? And as a DDL teacher, you can follow it up more, right? Because when you contact someone, usually it's more like business thing. There's a distance, right? But when you have contact or close contact with someone, usually it's someone you know, someone more intimate, right? Someone closer to yourself or your relationship, right? That's why we still maintain contact with friends from kindergarten or from high school, or unfortunately, we have lost contact with friends from high school, right? But you contact hotel staff, you contact this telephone number, it's quite distant, right? It's more business-like, it's more formal, right? And that kind of thing is very difficult to pick up in normal dictionaries. So you need data, right? You need a lot of examples like this to be able to discover, you know, some very small things in terms of meaning like that, right?
Yes, teacher. Thank you.
Right. Okay. So, but anyway, so that's should wrap up, you know, the first session today perfectly, because at least you know what DDL lessons look like, right? This is how it works. So I better wrap up this morning session by going back to the PowerPoint a little bit. Okay, let me share my PowerPoint screen. Right, so from our activity, right? So at least I think it supports or it illustrates the unique characteristics of DDL suggested in the literature, right? I think you can try to refer back to the activity that we have just completed. Of course, DDL or data-driven learning is one example or one format, one approach to what we call inductive learning, right? So it is inductive learning because we learn from examples. We learn from concordance lines, right? As a very unique, authentic forms of example, and then we discover something, right? So that is one example of inductive learning. Yeah, but in general context, inductive learnings mean we analyze the information and then we come up with a conclusion, right? So, but here information refers more specifically to concordance data, and then we make some discovery, right? Yeah, and then of course that's why concordance data is another unique characteristic of DDL as well. So the students will be invited, right, to read, to analyze, to interpret concordance data, and then try to identify, right, some point, try to classify some points. So like, for example, between contact as a verb, contact as a noun, right? Make this part of speech classification. And then at the end of the process, they are expected to come up with some kind of discovery or conclusion, right? And then you can see that most of our activities focus on lexical behavior, like the use of capable, differences between near synonyms, right? The connection between grammar and meaning, like the verb cause is quite negative, right? So that's why we don't say cause progress. It's a bit strange because if you get concordant lines for the verb to cause something, usually to cause bad things, right? So that's why DDL is better if you want to draw attention to word choice, collocation, or connection between grammar and meaning, and that sort of language patterning things, right? Maybe it's better because you need lots of examples to be able to see that complicated connection sometimes. Okay, and the next one, right? Usually DDL will give you some surprising answer. That's why we call this serendipity learning, right? Serendipity means accidental or without plan, right? So you can see sometimes you set out to be the differences between dangerous and harmful. And then some students may say, oh, what about hazardous, right? And then we might talk about capable of doing something. And some students may say, oh, but we have seen capable without of, right? So maybe sometimes the objectives are set before the lesson. But when you read concordance with the students might take you out of your roots, right? Or at the end of the day, you might end up looking at some other words completely, right? Or the students might come up with surprising answers. Like actually, when I said thanks to is sometimes used with technology or innovation, or when I said to have contact with is more personal, right? I did not discover them myself. It was my students who pointed out those interesting observations to me, right? So sometimes a DDL can do something or can give the answers that even the teachers are surprised, or even the teachers haven't thought of before, right? So that's why that's one of the unique characteristics of DDL is surprising thing, unexpected planning, or technically we can call that serendipity learning. And finally, you can see that in a DDL or corpus-based lesson, you have to switch the role of the teacher as someone who explains grammar explicitly, right? You have to change your role to be just facilitator of this corpus investigation, kind of process there, giving guidance, giving guidelines, right? And then try to pull them back on the right track, and then follow up, right? Ask follow-up question to promote more discovery, right? Based on the concordance data. Right, okay. And as I said, not all the language points fit this methodology, right? So if you want to teach about verb tense, subject-verb agreement, or like if clause and things like that, maybe you can use conventional methods. But if the focus is more on collocation, phraseology, connotation, right? Near synonyms or literal metaphorical meanings. So this is quite interesting because if you have time, right? You can go to that online website again and then search for word like flood. Because flood sometimes means flooding water, right? Flood sometimes mean a number of things, like a flood of something, right? So, or even body parts like eyes or ear, right? Sometimes eyes are literal eyes. Sometimes eye is metaphorical eye, like turn a blind eye on someone, right? You could use concordance lines to raise sensitivity of literal as opposed to metaphorical meaning of some common word like body part, like ear, eye, and things like that. Yeah, and of course, you can raise awareness of some of the spoken element as well. Okay, let me give you one example of this before we move on, right? Okay, like the word I must, for example. Right, so you can see that if you type the word I must, you can see that sometimes I must mean I must, right? I mean, I must do something, right? But sometimes I must show some kind of spoken expression as well, like I must admit or I must say, right? So for example, I must admit doesn't mean I must admit literally, but it means you are going to say something that may be offensive to the listeners. You are going to say something that other people might not agree, right? So that's yeah, I think some of you are interested in pragmatic competence, right? I think this is one example of the way you can use language corpora to analyze the phrases with some pragmatic function, right? So when we use I must say, I must admit, it's related to the concept of politeness and hedging as well. I mean, you want to make your view softer, right? Because you are aware that what you are saying might not please people or might be offensive to people, or you are aware that people might not agree with what you are going to say. So that's why you say, I must admit, or I must say, right? I must confess, for example, right? So that's just one example of how language corpora can raise awareness of something about discourse and pragmatic as well. Okay, and as you can see, if you want to use corpus-based materials or DDL activities with your students, it doesn't have to be very open to start with, right? You can see that the tasks can be very controlled. I mean, you can search the words. I mean, as a teacher, you can search the words or the phrases by yourself. And then you can manipulate, or you can just, play around the pre-selected lines, concordance lines. And then you can, write or produce printed materials based on pre-selected concordances first. And then the task type can be very controlled, like underline, circle the keywords. And then after a few lessons, when the students are more familiar with all of this stuff, right, you can move on to a little bit more open tasks, like classifying tasks, matching groups of lines and patterns, right, that sort of thing. And then at the end of the lesson or the series of lessons, you can move on to open tasks, like ask the student to go to the website by themselves and then read, analyze, interpret concordance lines by themselves. And then you can come and facilitate or help later, right? Okay, before we break for lunch, I would like to show examples of different task types. Okay, if you go back to Google document again. Okay, we may not have to do task 3, but just to show you examples of how to work with different levels of DDL students, right? Okay, you all can help me do it, right, together. So for example, if your students are like intermediate students, or if this is your first DDL lesson, right? As I said, you may start by preparing concordance lines before, and then just ask them to underline or to circle some words, right? In a very controlled manner. Okay, so anyone wants to help? Okay, so let's act as lower intermediate students first, or someone very new to this approach. Okay, what you can do is just underline the nouns, right? Underline the nouns that come after the verb to commit. Okay, I think you can do it, right? I mean, if you are opening this page on your computer, you can help me do it. You can help me underline, like, okay, I'm going to do the first one for you. Okay, you can help me underline the nouns, right? That follow the verb commit. And in the classroom, you can just read out the words, right? Okay, you commit crime. Okay, you commit offense, right? You commit fraud. You commit suicide, right? That's a common expression. You commit violence, right? Just basic stuff like this, right? Underlying, like circling things. And then you could ask like straightforward question like, okay, do these nouns have positive, neutral, or negative meaning, right? So that's very controlled exercises, but it raises good awareness of connotation, right? That the verb commit doesn't just mean to do something, but to do something unpleasant, or to do something bad, right? Quite bad. Okay, with a little bit more advanced group of learner, you might make the task less controlled and more open. Okay, so let's see. Our focus is still on the word commit, but you may notice that the question is a bit complicated. The instruction is a bit more open. So for example, can you identify the patterns, right, of the word commit in the following sets of concordance lines? Which pattern is more positive? Which pattern is associated with negative meaning? Okay, you can see that what we could do is, as a teacher, we will put concordance lines into grouping or into categories based on the pattern, like this one, right? And then you can ask the students to come up with the name of the pattern. Yeah, I think someone has done it, right? So the pattern is to act people commit, right? Okay, so if you put the plus sign here, this is a very interesting pattern. So sometimes commit does not need an object, but the object or the acts come before, right? So like the crime, the girls commit, the nature of the crimes girls commit, right? So that it doesn't have to be commit crimes all the time, but it can be crimes someone commits, right? So that you give them the pattern, and you ask the student to think about the name of the pattern. Or if the students are lower a little bit in proficiency, you can just give the name of the patterns for them and ask them to do the matching up, right? So that's easier, right? But if you have a bit of better students or more advanced learners, you can just do the groupings and then ask them to think about the name of the pattern. Right, okay, this one, you see, it's good. The student can see that one pattern is commit oneself to, and then followed by a noun, right? So commit themselves, the reflexive pronoun, and then to, and then noun, right? Or commit to plus noun. That's the last group. The first one, okay, maybe just commit plus noun, right? That's another pattern. And then at the end of this activity, you can draw attention to meaning as well. So for example, if the pattern is commit something or something people commit, it's quite negative, right? But when you commit yourself to something, it may be negative, neutral, or sometimes it's positive, because commit here changes the meaning, right? It changes the meaning from doing something bad to commit as meaning you are determined to do something, or you have commitment to do something, right? You are devoted to doing something. So that can be a very nice connection between pattern and meaning. One pattern is related to bad meaning, but when the pattern is changed, right, the meaning can change as well. Like you commit yourself to doing something good, right? So that the intermediate level. And advanced learners, you don't have to do anything. You don't have to prepare or group concordance lines before, right? You can just read a few points and then ask them to go to this online website, Corpora website, and then find their own answers or discover something by themselves, right? So for example, you can just say, oh, okay, search the word committed in online Corpora, right? What are the differences between committed as a verb, like you committed something, or committed as an adjective, right? And then the student will try to make sense of the lines, right? And then later on, they will find the same thing as this task, that committed as a verb is quite negative. But committed as an adjective means you are determined, you are devoted to something, right? It's subtly neutral or even positive, right? And then for the third group here, you don't need to give any guidelines that much. You can ask them to go to the website, generate concordance lines, and then try to, have their own conclusion or interpretation of the lines, right? So that's something you can do. Depends on the level of your students, or even the same level. In the first class, you can start with control exercises like this first. The next class, you move on to a little bit more open tasks like matching patterns and concordance groups. And then the last class, when the students are more familiar with this approach, you can have more autonomous searching of the corpora by the student themselves later on, right at the end of this series. Okay, that's just the illustration of this PowerPoint slide, right? That there is a continuum between a controlled and open tasks as well. Right. So I think we better stop now, right? And break for lunch. And then after lunch, we will move on a little bit to research ideas, right? And this morning is more like practical introduction to DDL, to Corpus Linguistics in general, right? To make you feel how DDL lessons feel like or look like, right? Or how a teacher can help, set up prompt questions, give guidelines for search, and then try to facilitate or monitor the conclusion process and ask follow-up questions to encourage more discovery. So that's what DDL's lessons look like. And in the afternoon, right, if some of you might want to do term project or get some papers published, right, you might, you know, I will give you some research ideas in the afternoon. Or if some of you want to do something about DDL as your PhD thesis, right? So that might be a good introduction this afternoon as well. Yeah. So any quick questions first before we break for lunch?
Yes, Professor.
Right. So I hope you're not too tired. So let's take.
Professor?
Yeah. Right.
I have a question.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Corpus covers sources from the internet. Okay. My question is those resources that a corpus cover. Okay. Do they cover any sources that non-native speaking people write sentences or put their information, put their data on internet? I mean, if they are non-native speakers, they will put something
right
in grammar. Yes. Are these sources by non-native speakers covered in the corpus?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I mean, if you go to general corpora like the British National Corpus that we've been looking at, right, or the corpus of contemporary American English, I will show you briefly after lunch. So most of these texts are produced by native speakers, but it doesn't mean that they are free of mistakes, right? I mean, I think you have to be careful as well, because you can spot some lines like containing misspellings or wrong grammar as well, right? It doesn't mean that all the concordance lines would be grammatically correct, right? So that's the point. But there are some websites that clearly present language produced by learners as well. Yeah. Like the learner corpora, right? But the purpose are different, right? So if you want to make use of those international corpora or learner corpora, maybe the purpose is to compare the language of non-native speakers with native speakers. So you don't use those as models for activities like today, right? Today we try to make conclusion about language. So that's why we should go for maybe large corpora or the corpora produced by high proficiency users first. But yeah, we have to be aware of some misspelling or some grammar mistakes in some lines, right? But if the purpose is to compare so for example, the language produced by learners and the language produced by high proficiency users, you can make use of some websites that present corpora produced by non-native speakers as well. Yeah.
Okay, I see. Okay.
Yeah, right.
It does not only mean that we understand what a corpus is and where we can find corpus, but it's also we have to know how to use with a correct objective to use.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So, with students. I see. Okay. Yes.
Right. So I think we can respond to more questions after lunch anyway, right? So maybe I think maybe you need to have a lunch break now, and then we come back at about 1 o'clock. All right? Okay.
Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. How are you?
Yes, I have a good.
Right. So you enjoy your lunch?
Yes.
So this program is a weekend program, right? I mean, usually you have classes like
weekend, sir.
All right. Okay.
Just a weekend, right?
Yeah. So you get used to like having classes all day like this anyway.
Yeah. But different subjects. Right?
All right. Okay.
Which is on Saturday and Sunday is another
right
subject as well.
Yeah, I think it's good because we can still teach full time, right? And then do some study at the weekend.
Yes.
So sorry, I just saw a chat here. Like it looks like someone was having problems connecting to the, opening the link, right?
She.
Oh, but she said I can do it. Okay, so it was sorted later. Okay, that's okay.
She cannot copy links from her laptop. I think she want to support the link on this.
Right. Okay.
Ajahn James, are you with us now? That's time to start. Yes, sir. Or we come now.
Okay, so before we continue, I'm not sure if you have any more questions or it might be comments, right? I mean, if you really want to try these DDL activities with your own students, so what might be some concern or what might be the issues that you want to raise now? So I mean, maybe we can start with questions or comments about the practical side of DDL first before we move on to the research, side of it. Yeah.
Okay, Professor.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Afternoon.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Right.
Okay. Can you hear me more?
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Very clearly. Yeah.
Okay. I have a quick question. Besides the written and printed material that Corpus machine scan. Okay, do they scan audio text like YouTube or news or video? Yes, that people in the video speak. Can the Corpus machine scan that?
No, they can't. But they can read the transcripts, right? So, but if you help them a little bit, I think we have some automatic like audio file or transcription now, right? I guess. I mean, some software can convert audio files like soundtrack kind of like things into scripts into text, right? Maybe you have to do that first, and then you save that transcribed text to your computer. So the Corpus software can read it from there. Yeah. Right. Yeah. So what about the teaching side? So I'm not quite sure if you want to try this with your own student. I mean, the student that you are teaching now in the grammar class or or in a writing class. So do you have any issues that you think may be problems, or any concern, or any suggestion how to adapt these activities to fit your own teaching context? So maybe we would love to hear a little bit from you before we continue here. Or is it too difficult for the students, or is it too easy for some of them?
Okay, for me, this is my first time, yes, listening to how to apply Corpus to teaching. Yes, it's my very first time.
Right, okay.
And also, your talk has given me the idea just to pursue the way to teach our students. Because at first I understood that Corpus would deal with us like researchers or teachers, yes, to study what is going on in text, yes, in text. But today, yes, you have given me the idea how to use Corpus and use your activities into the classrooms with the Corpus, yes, with the task you have given us in this morning. And I can basically, yes, I can continue with your task. I can even use your task into my classroom, but just make them easier, yes. And the course we can practice is like writing or grammar or even vocabulary, yes, vocabulary, because vocabulary is included in all the courses I'm teaching, yes. And yes, thanks a lot for today. And I think I can continue, yes, with your tools given to us today, yes.
Right. Okay. So thank you very much. Right. So maybe more comments can come at the end, right, of this afternoon session anyway. So let's carry on. So in this afternoon, I might want to focus a bit more on research ideas related to corpus linguistics and English language teaching. But before that, you can see that the website that we were using this morning was very easy to use, right? But maybe one limitation is that the corpus size is not very big, right? You can see sometimes when we search some less common words like owing to, for example, you can see that we did not actually have a lot of results, right, of owing to. And this might be a problem if you are not teaching, if you are researching on some issues that needs quite a lot of examples. You might have to try a larger corpus as well, right? That's why in this afternoon, I might want to illustrate how to use another bigger online corpus. Actually, you can find the link from your task. I mean, if you go back to your Google document again. Right, so I'm not quite sure if anyone cannot see the link or not, because if you came in, I mean, if you joined the Zoom meeting after I posted the link, you might not see it. I'm not quite sure, right? So in that case, I might share the link again, just in case you cannot find it. Right. So if you go back to the first page, the second page of the document. Okay, I'm going to share it now. Okay, the second page of the document. If you see this line, you may use larger, more comprehensive corpus sources like Corpus of Contemporary American English, or COCA, right, to conduct your investigation. So I would like you to briefly visit this place, but don't worry, because to be able to use it, it's free of charge with some limitations, but you might have to register to use, right? I mean, if you don't want to register now, that's okay. I will just quickly demonstrate how the website works, and then you can register and then play with it later. Okay, I hope you can see the screen that I'm sharing now. Okay, so this is the main page of another online resource, right? We call COCA, or Corpus of Contemporary American English. It is one of the most, used online corpora for researchers and teachers as well. And then in this afternoon session, because we are going to talk about research ideas, right? I think for your own research, maybe this website is better than the website that we used in the morning. I mean, that one is perfect for classroom usage, because it's quite straightforward and not too intimidating, right? In terms of the interface and the formats or the functions there. But for this one, it has complicated interfaces, but also got more data for research purposes as well. Right. Okay, so before we go on, right, so you can see that COCA, or Corpus of Contemporary American English, is actually a subset of a larger database. I mean, if you go to the main website address, right, and if you delete the word COCA, right, if you stop with just org, yeah, you can see that COCA is actually a subset or a part of a larger database. I mean, the whole website contains a number of different databases, right? You can see like from website, news, right? And one very interesting thing is that you can see that they have coronavirus corpus as well, and it's quite a lot, right? 1.22 billion words from 20 different countries, and it is what we call a dynamic or a monitor corpus. If you remember, monitor corpus is something that is still going on, right? They keep adding new text, to the database all the time. So it is very up to date, right? From January 2020, and then up until yesterday, they claim, right? And you also have interesting databases like TV corpus, movie corpus, and the one that we are talking about now is actually part of it, right? Corpus of Contemporary American English. So the reason why I want you to start with this one, because it is quite large, it is big, and then it contains texts from different areas, right? Sports, business, like the coverage is very good for research purposes. And it is not very difficult to use, but it takes time, right, to get used to it. So today I just want to demonstrate just key functions first, and then I will actually I have video clips in but in Thai language as well, if you are interested, because in English I think there are lots of video tutorials to use this website. Anyway, you can search on Google, right? But I also have the Thai version that I use for my Thai students. So I mean, if you are interested, I can send the link to you later. But if you have time, I think on the website itself, you always find lots of question marks, symbols there, and then it will give you explanations on how to use anyway. Okay, so for your research, projects, I think maybe the first function that you can use a lot is called the list function, right? So you can see the first function on this key functions line is called list, right? So basically list is like concordance function. It will give you lots and lots of examples of the words, right? So for example, if you type owing to, and then you press this button file matching string here, you can see that in this database, they find 2,500 examples of owing to, which is much bigger than what we found this morning, right? Just 10, 15 lines. And then you press on this, the link to the word or to the phrase here. Right, so you can see that the screen will show the first 100 concordance lines as well randomly, right? And then you can get more lines if you want, right? On the top left of the page, you can see more concordance line, like maybe 200 more, 500 more, 1,000 more, right? So you can see that now we have more examples of the word owing to, you know, from different sources. And on the left-hand side, you can see the name of the magazines or the like television channels or internet, right? Where these concordance lines were actually taken from. And then if you want to make more searches, right, you can move your mouse to the search button here. Right, and what is good about this list function here is that you can actually select the text type you want to investigate, right? So for example, if you press on the word sections here, you can see that you can choose to focus on some particular text type, right? And then I think on the right-hand side here, there are some sample searches as well, right? So for example, if you want to study the word ending with ment in academic text, right? So which is a sample link here, right? You can see that the search technique is more comprehensive, more comprehensive than this morning's website, right? So for example, you can use the asterisk or the star button and then type the word ment. And then under this sub corpus section, you can choose only academic, right? So you can see that you can choose the text type like spoken, fiction, magazine, academic, right? Or you can choose the time as well. If you want the academic articles only from 1990 to 1994, for example, you can specify the time as well, right? Okay, let's say we want to see any word ending with ment in academic database, right? So this is one sample search, and then we press matching string here, right? You can see that the screen will show you all the words that end with ment, M-E-N-T, ment, right? So let's say if your mini research project is to investigate the noun form, right, ending with ment in academic text. If you want to know, okay, when we write journal articles or dissertation, right? If you want to see what are the common or frequent nouns ending with ment that that academics, love to use, right? You can see that development is top on the list. Government, treatment, management, right? Assessment, all the very, very common nouns ending with men, right? If you teach academic writing, I think this may be a good set of vocabulary for teaching academic English as well, right? Yeah, and then again, if you want to see examples of each of the word here, like assessment, if you want to know, how assessment is used in academic text, you can move your mouse here, and then you can click on assessment, and then suddenly you will have concordance lines of assessment as well, just in academic text, right? So there are many variation of searches. Another example given by this website is if you want to see a combination of the word good and now only in newspaper, right? I mean, you can try this sample search, command here. Right, so you have to type good and then space and then NOUN, right? Uppercase, and then under sections, you choose newspaper. So all these codings can be found on the website anyway, right? But these are just examples of how to, specify like complicated searches, not just the word, but you can say, okay, good plus now in newspapers, right? It's more comprehensive than this morning's website, right? So the website will give a list of any words that's starting with good, right? And then now in magazine, right? In newspaper, sorry. Right, so like good news, good things, good job, good time, good idea, right? That's how it works, right? So basically, list function is like concordance function, but it can be specified in terms of the specific searches, right? And you can specify the text type like spoken one, right? Like this morning, we are talking about the use of I must in spoken text, right? So now if you type I must, and then if you just choose spoken text here, right, you can see that we have a lot of example of I must in spoken text, right? In the transcripts, from recordings or from movies, right? Or spoken interactions. Like I must say, I must, you can see that there are some words that are very spoken, right? Like I must say, I must confess, right? I must tell you, right? Lots of spoken phrases. Okay, that's the first function. If you have time, you can, play with it later. Another one that I like quite a lot is the function called chart, right? Okay, let's see how it works for chart. Okay, let's type the word this discussion, for example. Okay, when you type the word discussion under function chart and then press this submit button, right, you can see that this function is the contribution, the distribution of the word discussion in different text type, right? So you can see that the word discussion is found quite a lot, right? Sorry. Right. Okay. Sorry. You can see that the word discussion is, it's not surprising, right? That the word discussion, you see the bar chart here, the highest is academic, which means we find the word discussion a lot in academic texts, right? But on television, of course, or fiction, we don't see a lot of the word discussion, right? So that's how the function chart means. If you want to do research in terms of the proportion of the words according to different text types, right? You can use this function as well to give you some quantitative data. And if you want to research on language change, right? So, okay, let's okay, let's try the word edutainment, right? Which is one of the blending, like the new word formation, right? If you type edutainment and then press submit button here, right? So you can see that surprisingly, right? You may think that the word edutainment is quite a new word, right? But actually it is used a lot in 1995, I mean, during the period of 1995 to 1999, right? And then, okay, recently, maybe there are lower uses of this word as well. So if you want to investigate the like new words in the language or how words are used differently in like different periods of time, right? I think you can try a function chart here as well. Okay, another function that we use a lot is compare, right? So if you remember this morning, sometimes we need to compare like differences between similar words like dangerous and hazardous or harmful, right? Or reject and refuse, right? I think this one can give you another picture of the differences as well. So for example, if you want to see the differences between dangerous and hazardous, for example. So basically you type the word dangerous in the first box and then hazardous in the second box, right? And then if you see like battery line here with plus on both sides and with numbers like 4, 3, 2, 1, right? So this one means if you want to concentrate on certain positions. So for example, here, we just want to see the nouns that come after dangerous or hazardous, right? So that's why we may ignore the left context. So if we ignore the left context, we may press the mouse to the number 0 here to the left to make it all blank, all white, right? Okay, now the green color is on number 1, 2, 3, and 4. If you don't do anything with it, the software will find any words that come in the first, second, third, or fourth position after the word dangerous and hazardous. But maybe there are too many, right? We just want the first noun, dangerous something, right? That's why to make it more focused, you may press the mouse just on number 1, just to make the green color appear on number 1 only, right? This is to tell the computer that we need to show any words that come in the first position to the right-hand side of the keyword, right? And then you can press compare words. Right, so you can see that it is much easier to see the differences between the nouns that come after the word dangerous and hazardous, right? You can see after the word dangerous, the nouns are varied, like man, game, people, right? Weapons, criminal, things, right? Can be people, can be objects, can be concepts, right? Can be animals and things like that. So everything basically can be dangerous in English. But with hazardous, it's more specific, right? You can see the top word. I mean, the most frequent noun that comes after hazardous is waste and waste, right? Or fuels, drinkers, household, cigarette liquids, components, fluids, waste, air, material, right? Alcohol, substance. You can see it supports the finding we got this morning that hazardous is used more with chemicals or scientific substances, right? But this table shows the collocates or the nouns that come most frequently after the word dangerous or hazardous. We can do the same with thanks to and owing to. If we need more supporting evidence from this morning, yeah, you can just type thanks to and then owing to, right? And then you can see, you can say, oh, I just want green color on the first position to the right hand side. I don't care too much about the other positions. That's why I try to make the green color appear on number 1 only to the right hand side, right? And then I click compare words here. Okay, sorry, sometimes it takes time, right? Okay, you can see that when you say thanks to, right? You look at the word that comes a lot, like thanks to you, right? Thanks to his something, right? So it's very similar to what we found this morning. You know, like one of you said, thanks to implies contribution or expression of gratitude, right? So that's why this table support that finding as well, but with larger database here, bigger database here, like thanks to you, thanks to everyone, right? Thanks to God. Thanks to a person, right? And then you can see the word technology appears quite a lot, right? Thanks to some technology, thanks to modern, right? So I think it implies, yeah, person's contribution as well as technological advancements, innovation as well, right? While if you look at the word owing to, I think the words are quite neutral, as you said this morning, right? And then some of the words are quite negative as well, like the word lack of something, right? Inadequate, small, right? Loss, severe, problem, bad, right? Difficulty, insufficient, limited. I mean, you can see all the more negative words on the owing to side compared to the thanks to side, right? So that's why if you are doing research in connotation or semantic prosody, right, that kind of area, I think Corpus database will be very helpful because it will show you that the word thanks to and owing to are actually neutral by itself. But when the phrases are used in real context, suddenly it has implication or connotation. Now, thanks to seem to attract positive words, right? But owing to seems to attract more like negative words. So that the concept of semantic prosody or connotation, if you want to do research, you know, in this area. Okay, and the last function we use a lot, right, is quick. So actually, quick is more like lists in a way that it will show you concordance lines, but the difference is the presentation detail. So for example, if you want to look for examples of the word committed, right? You can type committed, choose the quick. Quick stands for keyword. in context, right? KWIC stands for keyword in context. Okay, I will show you why it's called keyword in context. Sorry. Okay, sometimes you may have to press reset if things getting dodgy here. Oh, maybe something wrong with the database. So, okay, let's try some other words. Okay, let's say cost. Okay, if you type the word cost, for example, right, you can see that actually quick or keyword in context format is very similar to list. But when you use list function, the presentation of concordance lines are not very organized like this, right? So this one is more like the one we spotted in this morning's website. So if you use quick format, they will press the search term in the middle of the page, right? And then you can see that automatically the right word, right? The word to the right of the keyword would be sorted alphabetically. That's why you have right? And then by, and then all the way to C, E, F, G, H, I, J, K until X, Y, Z, right? That's why it's sorted to the right. But you can change to left sorting as well, like what we did this morning. And again, right, your students can be trained to read all these quick concordant formats. So for example, you can see that the word cost as a verb, right, is usually followed by a noun, usually negative nouns, or in passive construction, right? That's why cost by, you see cost by quite a lot. Yeah, and then all the nouns that follow are quite negative, right? Cause cancer, cause concern, cause controversy, cause damage, right? And then you can see that there are different colors here. Can anyone guess what those colors mean? If you have a look at all different colors that they have here, like, okay, let's stop around this area. Like they have green color, blue, purple, right? So can anyone guess what those colors try to suggest? Like the word, like yellow color for the word of, by, and in, right? Blue color for the word like problem, storm, disorder. Green for words like huge, global, massive, innocent.
Do the colors show parts of speech?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, very good answer. Yeah, very good observation as well, right? So you can see that the website is analyzing a part of speech for your student or for yourself as well, right? Maybe like not always accurate, but most of them, right, are accurate. So the purple one signals the verb, right? The green one is adjective, the blue one is a noun, yellow is a preposition, for example, and the orange one is adverb, right? Like almost or accidentally, right? So that's one way of seeing connections between part of speech and the patterns and the meaning as well. Right. Okay. So just want to let you know that for your own research, you may need a larger database like this corpus, but for classroom uses like with your students, maybe this one might be too complicated for them, right? Maybe you can try a smaller but more friendly database like what we did this morning. But for your own project, research project, I recommend that you study, right, how to use this larger and more comprehensive, searches like Koka website. It's free of charge with some limitations. You just go and register to use, right? And then if you don't subscribe or if you don't make a donation, they will just limit some of the searches. Like you can search for no more than something per day or per week or something like that, right? But if you want unlimited use, you may have to make some donation. Okay, so at least two websites, right? Today, this morning it's a smaller but users friendly, right? Website. This afternoon it's more comprehensive, but maybe better for research, project or thesis or their dissertation, because it can do like language change, right? Investigation. It can compare two similar words, right? It can give you the quick concordance and things like that. And then I think you can specify your searches according to text type. Like you can compare this word when used in spoken English in comparison to the same word used in academic text, for example. That could be helpful for small scale project as well. I mean, maybe not PhD thesis, but if you want a small scale project, I think this can be a useful resource. Okay, so let's go back to the PowerPoint slides a little bit. Okay, this morning we talked about the use of corpus linguistics in the classroom, right? So that's why we talk a lot about the approach called data-driven learning, or DDL, because it is the direct, use of corpus linguistics in ELT or in English language teaching. So this afternoon we will give you some ideas about how to propose research topics about DDL. So if you look at an overview picture in the literature, you can see that we have, quite a balanced numbers of studies, right? You see on the left here, we still have a lot of quantitative oriented studies, like experimental research design. And then at the same time, we have a similar number of research that adopts mixed method, like both qualitative and qualitative as well. So basically, they both look at the effects of the treatment, like pre-post test, kind of thing. And at the same time, they look into the process or the attitudes, opinions of the users or the learner as well, right? So, but I think we still need more studies that are qualitative in nature. I think it's more interesting, right, to do something more qualitative when it comes to DDL, right? And we still don't have a lot of this middle area here. So I hope some of you here in this class, all right, might come up with, maybe PhD research or term project that is, highly qualitative. Okay, but of course, for publication purposes, yeah, we have to admit, right? I mean, as you may know, we have to admit that some of the journals still, need the studies that have solid methodology, right? If you know what I mean, like solid methodology, solid result and findings, right? So that's why sometimes experimental research design is still very popular, right? Nowadays. So this first group of research that I'm talking about this afternoon is what we call experimental research design. So basically, we just want to measure the effectiveness of DDL as a treatment. So that's why we set up the classes, right? We have control group who works on conventional method like direct grammar teaching or whatever, right? And then we have another group, experimental group, working on corpus-based concordance or DDL activities. And then, right, you have to set the measurements, right? What exactly we want to measure. For example, we want to see if the experimental group would do better in terms of vocabulary learning or in terms of error correction, right? We have to set the target language to be measured. So that's why this group of research will measure the effect of DDL on something like for like improvement of language proficiency, right? Or on learning some target vocabulary like collocation in particular. Right. So there are lots of studies, right? So I don't think we can show or display all the studies, but I might want to give just a few examples first, some recent ones. Right. So like in this study, right, the researcher just followed conventional experimental design, like having what they call DDL group. So this group works on, like searching corpus and things like that. And they have control group working on traditional instruction, right? And the number is not large, right? Just 36 students. I think you can do it as well. Maybe you have, more students in your class to do this, right? So basically, both groups worked on their own method, right? And then at the end of the experiment, okay, they have pre-test first, and then at the end they have post-test on some target vocabulary. So, I mean, obviously, right? I mean, as you may predict, that the DDL group performed better in terms of vocabulary learning. But what I would like to point out is that this one have delayed post-test as well. And I recommend that you conduct delayed post-test if you want to do research in DDL, because we believe that inductive learning like DDL would help the learners retain, right, the knowledge longer. I mean, according to theories in second language acquisition as well, right? If the students learn things by themselves, if the focus is on noticing or observation, I think what the students learn might last longer. So that's why it is useful to always have delay post-test as well to confirm that DDL, has some effectiveness on the learning of certain vocabulary, right? So that's one point I want to share here. Okay, in this second example, sometimes, okay, you don't have to measure vocabulary learning only. Okay, you can still have control group and experimental group, right? So the DDL group worked with a BNC web, okay, which is one of the online Corpora. And then the control group used search engine. So this is quite interesting because it is fair, right? Sometimes if the control group works on very conventional, like paper-based grammar exercise, it's not fair, right? But this one is quite fair because both works with the data. The control group just use like Google search, right? The DDL group works on reading concordance lines, like we have been what we have been doing so far. But the target, the measurement is not on vocabulary, but it's on the quality of writing, right? So you can see that the measurement is more complicated, right? So for example, they just want to measure the quality of writing in 3 aspects: fluency, accuracy, and complexity. And then there are different ways of measuring all this, right? So for example, accuracy is measured in terms of the error-free T units, right? So they divide the sentence into chunks, into T, what they call T units. And then they look at the number of error-free in terms of the accuracy, right? And they have their own ways of measuring the complexity of the vocabulary, like the type token ratio and things like that, right? I mean, you can get more details by reading this article. I got reference there. But anyway, the point I would like to raise here is that sometimes you may have to make fair comparison. So both groups working on data, but the DDL works on a specific type of data, not just Google search, right? But the concordance lines are organized in the way that promote noticing, right? Like the keyword in the middle of the page, the students are trained to read to the left, to the right, of the context there, right? So, and the hypothesis is that with such organization of data, like concordance output, the students can do better in terms of fluency, accuracy, and complexity of the writing quality, right? So that's another example that you can adapt for your own research. And there is very recent publication by Thai scholars, right? So this one just came out this year, 2021. So you can read this one if you want. So the point here is that DDL can work in ESP context as well. That doesn't have to be general English, right? So for example, these 2 Thai scholars, they compiled specialized corpora like the hotel business, tourism, and airline corpora, right? And then they used, like keyword analysis to extract important words of tourism, hotel, and airline industry, right? And then they use those word lists extracted from the corpus to write training material for the students. And then they have pre and post, tests, right? So, and it's a mixed method in a way that the researchers surveyed the students' attitude as well. So they found out that the experimental groups, right? This group worked on DDL materials, and at the end, they improved in terms of vocabulary, specialized vocabulary learning. Okay, so that's the first idea, right? So basically, you have 2 groups: experimental group working on DDL and control group working on conventional method. And then you set up some measurements like the target vocabulary learning, collocation, or the quality of the writing output, right? And then you compare like the pre and post and delayed test result if you got one. Another idea, right, is still experimental. Yeah, but this time you don't have to always have control and experimental group. You can work on one group, but you would like to measure the effect of DDL on self-correction or the how the learners revise or respond to the error. Okay, for example, this study is done in Hong Kong, right? It was conducted in Hong Kong. So in the writing class. So basically, first, the teachers gave feedback on the errors, and the students had to identify if the corrections were made with or without the corpus. Right. So basically, we are talking about looking more into the process of using corpus linguistics to correct their own errors. So if you look at this table, right, you can see that first, the researcher identified different types of error, like omission, deletion, word choice, word form, and morpho syntax, like if clause or subject-verb agreement and things like that, right? And then you can see that not all the errors can be corrected successfully with the help of corpora. Right. So you can see table 4, right? This is the attempts by the students. Okay, we don't care about the results, if the correction is correct or not, or it's still wrong, right? We don't care. But just the students' decision to use or not to use corpora, right? So that's the results reported in table 4. So you can see that when the students see the errors about word choice, they thought that, oh, DDL is good, right? So that's why the number of errors revised with corpus is quite high, right? But when it comes to deletion or omission, right? I mean the error called deletion means basically you might have, it's too wordy, right? It's too long, or you might have to get rid of some of the wrong things, right? So in that case, they don't think corpora or corpus is very helpful. And table 5, the researchers looked at the quality of the correction as well, right? So appropriate means the corrected version is better, right? Inappropriate means they still make mistakes, right? So you can see that when it comes to word form, word choice, phrase, especially collocation, the number of good correction or successful or appropriate correction is very high using corpora. Yeah, but with errors like deletion, I mean, when you have to rewrite, something, the number of appropriate or successful correction is not high, right? Okay, so what you can learn from this is that you don't need 2 groups. I mean, you can just stick to 1 group, right? I think it's very hard to have 2 groups nowadays, like with ethical concern and things like that. But you can stick to 1 group, but instead of using pre and post tests, right? So what you do here is you just study the way they use corpora to make correction, to improve their writing, right? And then you can see, you can classify your errors to different types. You can have more detailed categorization than this one, right? And then you can see, for example, people don't believe that you can use concordance lines to correct errors about sentence structure, like if clause or fragments or run-on sentences, right? Because you need longer context to do it. Yeah, but you can prove people's wrong, right? You can say that, okay, if you design DDL activities carefully, the students can make use of corpora in correcting sentence structure problems as well, right? Maybe you can prove people's wrong, right? So that's why you can adapt this research into your own study by identifying different types of errors, maybe more detailed categorization than this one. And then you can see, right, how much the students can correct their errors successfully using corpus-based material, for example. So that's another idea. Another option, right, is to compare the effects of different types of DDL implementations. So for example, okay, to be fair, right, you can say, okay, all the students work on DDL, to be fair, right? Maybe half works on hands-on materials. The other half works on hands-off material, right? So what we mean by hands-on is like playing with the computer, like searching COCA corpus, right, or BNC corpus, like what we are doing today. Hands-off mean like working on pre-selected control exercises, like printouts of concordances. Right, so the result shows, right, in this study, 2020, just last year, the results show that the experimental groups, I mean the hands-on, like people working with computer, outperforms the control group, right? Okay, so although there are no significant differences between the post-test scores, right, between the two groups, but the computer group scored slightly better in the delay test or the retention test, right? Yeah, so this may be interesting, or you may have different results, right? But basically, the researchers are trying to say that, okay, there are no differences between computer-based and the non-computer, like the printout materials. But when it comes to delay test, maybe if the students search corpora by themselves, if they can manipulate, or if they can search or adapt, like change the sorting, or play around different functions, they might learn more in the long run, right? But if you work on paper-based, very controlled, you cannot do much with the data. Maybe that's why the long-term effect is lower than the computer group, right? So you don't have to agree, right? So why don't you set up your own experiment with your own students and see which version would contribute more, right, to the learning of a target language. So in this study, there's only one target language. Sorry, it just verb plus a preposition collocation. So in your PhD work, right, you can have more target language, right? And then you can see that, oh, in this target language, the hands-on people do better, right? But in some target language, that doesn't make any difference. Both hands-on and hand-off students can achieve, the same score in the test, for example, right? So that's something you can follow up. And I think more and more researchers now, right, are shifting to these low-level learners. Why? Because at first, most people think that DDL would only work for advanced learners, as you can see now, right? I think yourself, you are doing well because you are advanced learners, you are teachers. But beginners or lower intermediate students, most people don't believe that they can read concordance lines and make sense much, right, of the data. So that's why recent publications want to prove that DDL can also work well with low proficiency students as well, right? And then this one is quite interesting because the language is not English, but it's German, right? Studying German as a second language. So if you work in departments with different foreign languages, you can form like big research cluster as well, right? You can introduce the concept that you learned today to your colleagues in other foreign languages like German, Chinese, Thai language, right? And then you can propose like a big project like DDL in different languages, and then you can see if it works with German or other foreign languages or not, because the same principles can be applied to the second language learning of any languages, right? Okay, just want to show you that this research has proved that DDL is, if it is carefully designed, right? So can work well with very, very low proficiency students as well. And in a very complicated language, right? Like German, it works as well as English. Okay, so just a few more slides before I ask you to do something. Okay, if you don't like experimental design, right? You can just focus on another type of quantitative study, but the focus is on like survey research. So for example, you can study the learner's attitudes towards DDL materials or activities. So after trying out DDL materials with your students, right, you can come up with like interview questions like this. Or if you want to make it systematic or, you know, more quantitative, you can apply what we call the scale, right? Like agreement scale or rating scale as well. And then you can have some calculation to report the levels of attitude as well. Or in this study, you can have different dimensions of the evaluation. So for example, you may ask the students what they like or not like your DDL materials in terms of the clarity of the data observation. Another factor could be about autonomy. I mean, how much they can play with the data by themselves, right? And then you can come up with your own dimensions or aspects of using Corpora to learn English. And then if you are very good at stats, right, you can do the, you know, kind of like factor analysis, or you can explore the correlation or relationship between these factors as well, right? But if you're not keen in stat, don't worry. I think you can have more qualitative analysis of these dimensions as well. Okay, so but so far, right, we've been talking about quantitative research like experimental design, control group, experimental group like pre-post test, or counting errors, the number of successful correction, right, and things like that, or like surveying attitudes in terms of questionnaires and things like that, right? All those to do with numbers and stats as well, right? But if you don't like that kind of thing, I think you can try to investigate DDL process more. And I think I would love to encourage more studies like this, right? Because sometimes numbers don't tell you a lot, but the process of DDL is much more interesting. So one idea is to investigate the strategies used by learners when they work on corpora by themselves. So what I would like you to do is go back to the sheet, right? To the Google document. Okay, let me share the. Okay, let's do task 4 together. Okay, so this can be one example of how you could do qualitative study on the process of DDL, right? So I think if you can record the screen of your student, I think now there are a lot of like software or applications like available online, right? Free of charge, that can capture or can record the movement of the screen, right? I think you can use any of those, you can Google screen capture tools and software, and that there are lots of them. And what you could do is you could assign a task. Okay, for example, in this video clip that I'm going to show, right? This student was asked to study the word hazardous. And then that's it, right? So, of course, the student was trained how to use COCA corpus, the corpus of contemporary American English. And then the students were just given this mission or this task. Okay, you observe the way the word hazardous is used. You can do whatever you want with the corpus investigation. And then you record that. I recorded the screen movement. And then we do the same with different students, right? And then each student, we will analyze the video clip. But to help you do this task faster, right? Instead of asking you to do the analysis completely from watching the clip, I have identified some common strategies based on the literature and then based on my experience of teaching as well. And then what I would like you to do is to watch the video clip, and then if you spot anything like that, if you think the student was doing something like one of the strategies here, you can put a tick mark on yes like this. If you are not sure, or if you don't think the student did that, you can say no, right? Okay, let me go through these strategies just one by one and give you explanations in case you might want to use this for your own small scale study, right? So one strategy that we use a lot when we search corpora by ourselves, like working on COCA corpus, is to use various advanced search techniques. So for example, some students just use quick function to get concordance lines, but some students use other functions like compare function or like chart function, for example, as well. Okay, and that's something you can notice if this particular student adopted this technique or not. Another strategy is to read left and right context. Right. So maybe it is very difficult, right, to judge from the recording whether the students, was reading the left and right context or not, right? But sometimes you can have something like you can ask the students to watch his or her own video clip and then use the think aloud protocol, right? I mean, this is a common research method, like watch the clip and then reflect on what he or she was doing at that time as well. So that's one way to double check if the students really spend time reading right and left context or not, right? Yeah, but from the quick watching of this video clip, I think it might indicate that the student was doing this if he or she stopped at one line and then spent a few times on it, right? That may be an indication of this strategy of reading the context very carefully. The next one is very easy to observe from the video clip because sometimes the students sort or resort search words. In other words, the automatic sorting is on the right-hand side, right? As I said, most software would put the right-hand side sorting of alphabet as the default setting. Yeah, but some students want to see something on the left as well. That's why some of them, do some resorting to the left as well. Another strategy is displaying more concordant hits, which means, as I mentioned, most software would display the first 100 lines on one screen, right, randomly. But some students want to see more examples. That's why he or she might click on the top left corner and then ask the software to generate more concordance lines. Another one, reading wider context. Right, so I forgot to show you that when you read each concordance line, if you click, use your mouse to click on each concordance line, the screen will show you the whole paragraph or the whole page, right? So you can study wider context, not just one line. Right, sometimes the students want to know what's going on, right? And then he or she might click on one of the concordances to read the whole paragraph, right? Checking concordance source. Yeah, sometimes the students might want to know to go back and look at the original magazine or newspaper, right? They might click or have a quick look to the left-hand side of the screen to see the names of the original sources. Oh, I'm sorry. I was wrong. The first technique is using advanced search techniques. It means sometimes the student use like complicated search technique like good plus adjective in academic text like that, right? So it means complicated search techniques, but this one means switching between corpus tools. Sometimes the students start with quick and then switch to chart and then switch to compare function and things like that. That means switching between different corpus tools. Using non-concordance tools mean like chart function or compare function when the software display tables or a list of words, right? Not concordance lines. We call that like non-concordance tools. Sometimes the students want to compare the data they got from one website to other websites. They might search capable in BNC, right? And then they might search capable in COCA they might search capable from other online corpora if they want to make sure that they got the same answers or not. So that's why some of them compare the data from different corpus sources as well. Okay, the last strategy that we use quite a lot is evaluate quality of concordance output. Yeah, sometimes the students, kind of like not sure about, like you said, if they spot misspelling or wrong grammar, right? So they might, raise the point about they might not trust the concordance data or the lines that they are reading. So again, this one may not be easily noticed from just watching video clips, right? So you may have to interview the students or use the think aloud protocol, as I said, to back up the use of this to validate the use of this strategy as well. Okay, so let's watch the video clip together, right? And then see if you can spot any of the strategies, I mean, any of those strategies, or if we can leave it open, right? We can create more tables. I mean, if you identified more strategies that the student was using, you can feel free to type the strategy that are not on the list here as well. Okay, don't worry if you don't hear any sound because this video clip has no sound, right? We just concentrate on the strategy, on the screen movement, right? So let's watch this together. Okay, don't forget that the situation is the student is working on the word hazardous. Okay, first the student typed the word hazardous there, right? And then let's see what else he or she did with in the process. Right. I mean, you may not have to look at the table, right? But from watching this short video clip, so did you spot any strategies used by the student? So anything you spotted? Or we might have a quick look at the clip again, and then we might pause, right, from time to time, just to double check the strategy that the students was trying to use. Right. So maybe this could be a sign of like students trying to read the context, right? Okay, but we might not, you know, we might not be very certain about this. So this could be backed up, you know, by interviewing or asking the students to reflect on this video clip as well, right? But at least you can take a note that this might be a sign, right, or an indication of the student trying to read the context, like because they just scroll down the page, right? Try to see the lines at the bottom of the page as well. Okay, at this point, I think what did you notice what the student trying to do here? So can anyone describe what the students was trying to do here?
Professor,
yes,
the
please.
Student they try to look at the word in different contexts, like in the list and in the the keywords in context. Yeah, they try to look at different contexts. Yes.
Yeah, that's right, exactly. So you can see that what the student is doing here is he tried to look to the left hand side as well. Yeah, I think you are right, because the automatic sorting is to the right hand side, right? So the student read something like dangerous and now that comes after, but I think he or she wanted to see what comes before the word hazardous as well. That's why he or she changed the sorting to the left, right? So that's why you can see on the screen here that the alphabetical sorting is now on the left as well. Right, that's why like A and S, B, right? So the student can see the adjective or adverb that comes before the word hazardous as well, right? Okay, thank you for the answer. I think you are right. The student try to look to both sides of the context. Okay, here, right? Here, when the students click on the source of the line, right? So each concordance line, you know, was taken from a different source, right? So here is another illustration that the student wanted to explore the original context, like the magazine or the piece of news where this particular concordance line was taken from, right? That's why he or she clicked on the name of the source And then in doing so, in this core corpus, it shows the wider context as well, right? So you can see that the small or short concordance line is now expanded to the whole paragraph. So the student can make sense of the context, the situation, right? Or the information around the concordance line as well, right? So I think you can see that this is a clear a technique of getting wider context. Okay, and then yeah, I think I have illustrated this function before, right? Like the use of compare function to study the collocation of two similar words or adjectives like this, right? So this is evidence, right, of the student using this like switching between different tools, right? He or she started off with a quick function like concordance line with different colors, right? And then he or she wanted to compare the word hazardous with a similar word like dangerous as well. So that's why he or she created these comparable tables using the compare function. Right. Okay, so if you go back to the worksheet, right, I think we can help each other, like putting some tick marks on the yes and no, right? So the one that you are not quite sure, you can put a question mark, right? I think we can do that. As I said, we might need some backup, like we might need an interview or like ask the student to reflect on the video clip together to double check that he or she really used certain strategies, right? Yeah, I think we are quite sure that the student was reading left and right context, right? Or if you think I mean, if you're not quite sure, you can say need to validate. So you might have to interview the students. Okay, for the first one, advanced search techniques. Maybe not clear, right? Because the students don't use like a combination of searches, or the student did not specify like specific text type and things like that, right? So maybe we can put a question mark here. Sorting and resorting. Yeah, I think it's a yes, right? Because you can see that the students switch to the left context and then do the alphabetical sorting to the left hand side of the word hazardous as well, right? So I think this one is a yes. Displaying more concordant hit, maybe not, right? Because I think he or she just sticks to the first 100, kind of like lines. Reading wider context, yes, of course. Checking concordant source, yeah, yes, right? Because the student looked at the name of the magazine as well. Switching between function, yeah, I think it's a yes, right? Because the student started off with quick function and then he or she moved on to compare function as well. comparing data from different corpus sources, right? I'm not quite sure because the student seems to use COCA, right? He or she did not actually do similar searches on other databases, right? But yeah, you can put question mark there because maybe it's not clearly seen from this video clip, but you can validate, right? I mean, you can see, you can type need validation. Evaluating quality of outputs. Yeah, I think maybe it needs validation because it's not clear from the video clip that the student was questioning about the accuracy or quality of the concordant output or not, right? It's very hard to see from the video clip, right? Yeah, so I think at least we learned from this short activity that for a small scale project, I think you can just identify the main strategies like corpus investigation strategies like this, and you can ask each student to work on the computer and use software to record or capture the screen movement, right? And then you can create a table like this for individual students, and then as a whole, right? When you do the counting, you can generalize maybe the most common strategies used by the whole class is 1, 2, 3, right? You can report this survey in terms of the quantitative result or numbers, and you can interview or use think aloud protocol to back the numbers up with qualitative data as well. So it can be a mixed method, you know, kind of research. Okay, so we might take a short afternoon break, but let me just introduce this task first, and then we can take a short break and come back to do it, right? Okay, in this last task today, it's about research on the teacher's strategy as well. Okay, so in activity 4, we talked more about the learner's corpus strategies, right? But you can also do research on yourself or your colleagues who use DDL in the classroom as well. And one thing you can do is to investigate the judgment about what is worth DDL activity and what is not worth it. Right, so what I would like you to do after the break, if you read this short paragraph, it's a narrative paragraph, right? I mean, if you teach writing, it's one of the common patterns, right? Narrative paragraph. Okay, I would like you to read this paragraph, right? And then spot some mistakes or errors. And then if you think the mistakes that you spot, if you think that we should use DDL methodology, like, okay, like for example, ask the student to search concordance lines and then correct the errors by themselves, right? If you think it is worth doing something using DDL technique, we call that DDL-able, right? We just invent this term DDL-able. If you think it's DDL-able in the sense that, okay, we should spend time asking the student to work on Corpora, right? You use the green highlight there. If you think it's not worth it, it is faster to give direct feedback, or it is faster to look up in the dictionary or grammar book to solve the problem or to correct the error, you use the orange color. If you think it's borderline, right? I mean, if you have time or if the students are quite advanced enough, you may try this DDL approach. Or if we don't have much time, or if the students have low proficiency, you might not use DDL, right? If it's borderline case like this, you can use blue color. Okay, for example, okay, let me give you one example. For this one, I might give orange to this one because I took my time 3 years for the test. Yeah. I don't think we should spend time searching concordance lines for anything here, right? Because it is about sentence structure. This is a fragment, right? Because I took my time 3 years for the test. It's not a complete sentence, it's a fragment. And I think it's very difficult to search corpus or something to get, you know, the revision quickly, right? I think it's faster to explain to the students directly about sentence structure, about the nature of fragment, and then ask the student to add some information to make it complete sentences, right? And I took my time 3 years. I think it's faster to help the student rewrite it, right? So that's why, and this is an example. That's why I think I will use orange color for this one. Okay, but for this one, I think I'll go for green. You will success. Yeah. Yeah, I know it's faster if you teach them differences between succeed, success, and successful, right? But I think if the student get concordance lines for the 3 words, success, successful, and succeed, I think the students will learn by themselves, right? And then I'm sure the student can make some correction by himself or herself. Yeah, so that's why I'm confident that I will go for green for this mistake, right? So I would like you, after the break, I would like you to do like this. Go through this short paragraph, spot something strange or the error or the mistake, and then make a decision if you think it is worth using DDL approach or not. Or it depends, right? If it's a yes, use the green color. If it is a no, use orange color. If it is yes or no, use blue color. Okay, and then we can discuss why you make your decisions like that after the break. Okay, let's say about 10 minutes break. right? So I might just ask some of you to like explain your decisions. Maybe that, I mean, we can have different opinions about it, of course, because we may have different groups of students, right? So there's no right or wrong answer. So for those, I mean, for some of you, you might think it's a green because you got like very good students, right? Very advanced, motivated learners. And for some of you, the exact same spot might be blue or might be orange because you know the best, right, about your teaching context. So yeah, but we can share. Okay, starting with the first line. I dream studying in, right? So I think one of you got the green color for this, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So can you talk a little bit why do you think with your own teaching context it may be green?
Okay. For this, I would ask my student to search for the correct use of dream. Yes, the verb. Okay, to be followed by infinitive to or without to. Okay, I would like them to check if it would be dream of or dream study is correct. Yes, I would like.
Yeah, right. Yeah, if I were you, I would put a green color as well. Although my students may have lower proficiency than your students, but I would go for green as well because I see this as a good opportunity to teach about the word dream as well, right? Maybe the word dream. When you look, at concordance lines for the word dream, you might get, interesting, patterns and, and meaning of the word dream as well. Like as you said, dream of, and I might explore other patterns, right? Can we say dream that, and things like that, right? Yes, I agree that if I were you, I would try the green color here as well. Okay. Okay. What about the second line? It is no piece of cake. Right. So why do you think it is good to try to get the students?
Okay. For this, they will enter the term as a phrase. Okay. So it different from dream. They just enter as the word. But here as a phrase, no piece of cakes. So to do so, they will learn one. Okay, the first one they will learn if they can say it is no piece or it is not a piece of cake.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Also, so the cake should be singular or plural. Yes, and they will learn from this songs. Right.
Yeah.
And also I will continue to the next one.
Yes, please.
Yes, discourage. Okay, they will learn how to use these words, discourage, as transitive verb or intransitive verb.
Right. Yeah.
It would be I didn't get discouraged or I didn't be discouraged, and they will learn from this. That's why green.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I agree. Because if you want to raise awareness of some fixed expression like no piece of cake and things like that, right? I think maybe searching for some of the keywords around that expression could teach the student how to use it properly. And then I agree that discourage is a very interesting word, right? It has different grammatical patterns and but not this one. We don't say I did not discourage and then full stop, right? Maybe the students might get a wrong idea, but by reading concordance lines for the word discourage, I think the students will learn more. Yeah, I agree. Okay, what about the next line? Talked with myself and I reached my mission, right? So any explanation? Why do you think it's a green?
With myself, yes, the students can learn the preposition to use with myself, and they will learn how to use myself.
Okay. Right. Okay. Yeah. That's interesting. Yeah, I think it might look like a simple common word, right? But I think the word myself or talked, is it talk to myself or talk with myself, right? I think this is a good opportunity to go from this point as well, right? So I mean, you can just raise this point like, should we say talked to or talked with? What's the difference between talk to and talk with, right? And things like that. So that's a good DDL, very good DDL, investigation. Yeah. What about reach my mission? How can students search, or how can they learn from Concordance Line, you think?
Okay, it should be mission. Is the target word should be mission. And okay, I myself would accept which my mission. I think is acceptable. But anyway, I'm not certain. Okay, if I am not certain, okay, the students would be not certain as well. So they can check.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Yeah, I think you are quite spot on in saying that sometimes even a teacher might not be quite sure, right? And I think this happens to DDL lessons all the time, right? I think we are in a position to say that I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure either, right? And then okay, let's have a look at Concordance Lines together. Yeah, I think that it is a very hard, of DDL activity as well, right? So both teachers and students can be both driven by the data and together. Yeah, I like your idea. Yeah. Yeah, but and the keyword can be mission, right? And then you can see what are the verbs that can be used with mission. Any better verb than reach, right? If reach is acceptable, right? Okay, let's take it. Right. Okay. In the next line, I think we start to see orange and blue, right? So any comments on this?
Okay, Professor, I will cover.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Okay, the first 4 lines. Okay, I did green and also 3 to 4 hours here. Orange is mine, and
right.
One is mine. Okay, that I have covered all the colors. Okay, for 3 to 4 hours, I spend 3 to 4 hours. Okay, I put orange because the teacher can point it right away to say that hours should be plural now. Yes.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, you don't have to go to a corpus to do this, right? I mean, it's just basic, singular plural thing. Yeah.
Okay. And also to read, okay, it's blue. It's blue means, okay, if we have time, we can just have the students to look for the corpus. So to read here, yes, the students will learn if if the thing after the verb spent, okay, they will see is spent on reading or spent reading or spent to read. Yes, so I put it blue. If we have enough time, we can have the students to check this word.
Right. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I agree. If we have time, right, I think the student can learn the pattern of the verb spend as well, right? So yeah, maybe spend some time to do something can be acceptable as well in some context, right? But I think most situations we might use verb ing, right? But the students can learn from Concordance Line if we have time. Yeah, I think I agree that to read and taking might be in blue, right? So okay, what about in the examination day, right? Some people might say that, oh, it's faster to just correct it for the student, but if you think green is possible, so maybe we would love to hear from you as well. So anyone wants to comment on this in the examination day? How can we make it DDLable?
Yes,
Right.
I think not only BT student that if we use preposition with day, it should be on.
Right.
And I want the student to just learn more. How about in? Okay. we can use with in, or are there any words with they, something like that?
Yeah, right. Yeah, I think I like your idea because I mean, okay, usually we use on, right? I mean, the standard, the kind of textbook, we use the preposition on when we talk about a day, right? But in the corpus, they might see some examples of in and then with the word day as well, right? But maybe not in this context. Maybe in different contexts, native speakers might use in with they as well, right? So I think that's interesting. That the students might see some exceptions or the use of in with a date or a day in a different context, right? Yeah. So yeah, I agree that this can be green. Yeah. Okay. What about the same line but the orange one? I hope everything goes well. So this one is orange, right? So why do you think it should be dealt with like using some other approaches?
Like, can we just tell students of checking about the subject verb agreement?
Yeah, right. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think maybe it's faster, right? Or if it's about verb tense, yeah. So I mean, if you want to be consistent with verb tense, maybe everything went well might be possible as well, right? But things like this, I don't think it is appropriate or it is practical, to go to concordance lines and things like that. Yeah, so I agree with you that for grammar points like this, I think we can just point it out to the students, yeah, faster. Okay, this one is quite interesting, like phone ringing, right? Why do you think it should be in blue, which means it depends, right? Yeah. Yeah, so I'm not quite sure. I mean, who made this decision, but we can all discuss, right? So why my mobile phone ringing?
Professor, I did.
Yeah, right. So in your situation, you may think that it may or may not be practical, right? So that's why you put it in blue, right?
There would be more than one way to accept this sentence after while.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Actually, I should put the blue to cover the word while. Yes, to check if the subphrase after while should be while the phone ring, or while the phone ringing, or while the phone was ringing.
Right.
So maybe the target one should be while. Yes, from while until the end of the sentence.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So I mean, if this is about a missing word, right? So that's why in the research paper that we just had a look together, right? If it's about deletion or omission, like missing word or deleting words, there, I think maybe you don't need DDL technique to do it, right? You can just teach the student about the use of while, and then use past continuous tense with while, right? I think in most grammar books, the student can understand faster. Yeah, so I agree that this one you don't need to introduce like corpus technique to the student. But if you want to do, right? If you want to do, maybe you can study the word ringing, and then you see maybe some interesting idioms or expression, right? Around the word ringing. Yeah, you could do that as well if you have time. Yeah.
And also one thing easy but is problematic to Thai students, Professor.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
The next 3 months. Okay. If I suppose the students is a Thai, yes, and Thai students are confused with the use of ago, later.
Right.
So they would learn, yes, okay, they talk about the past, and then next 3 months, or it should be 3 months later, or should be what? Yes, they will learn from this.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Right. Yeah. I agree. So when they search, right, or when you give them some search guidance, it doesn't have to be searching the word next, right? It could be a goal. It could be other words in comparison to this one, right? Yeah, I agree with you, right? So yeah, I think we get some ideas now, and this can be adapted into a qualitative research as well. So for example, you may ask like different teachers, right, to evaluate this and see which one is DDLable, which one is non-DDLable, which one is borderline, right? And then you could link up with a different teaching situation as well. So because in some teaching context, it may be green, right? But in some teaching context, it might be orange or blue, because the students may not, have enough ability or enough proficiency to make, the most of concordance, data and things like that, right? So I think that could be put together to be at least small scale a qualitative study as well. Okay, maybe another one that I might want you to do before we bring this into conclusion. It is about the ability to ask follow-up questions to help students observe the data better. And this is another strategy required of a DDL lecturer or a DDL teacher as well. Right. So, yeah, as you know, some students may be confused, right? Or they might not have enough confidence in reading or in interpreting the corpus data. But as a teacher, DDL teacher, I think you can help them by asking questions that might help them, right? Notice or observe something. So one example is, okay, the word contact, right? I mean, we talked about this before, right? To help the students see differences between contact and contact with, I think you may ask questions like, okay, what's the part of speech of this, right? Or can you look at the words that come before contact with? What kind of words are used? Or what kinds of adjectives come before contact with? Or do you see any modal verbs, right? And things like that. So I think it is a very important skill for DDL lecturers or teachers to ask this scaffolding or guiding questions to the students. Right. So, and then you could do this as one of the research questions, right? Because lecturers may have different ability to do this scaffolding techniques, right? So for example, you can have like case study research. You might focus only on 2 lecturers and then conduct research in detail, right? So one lecturer may have, quite a long experience of using DDL with the students. The other lecturer or teacher may be very new to this technique, right? And then you can, use interview technique, or you can elicit this kind of prompt by giving the situation and then ask each lecturer to try to ask follow-up questions to help the students, right? And you can see that experienced DDL teachers may have more varieties of questions or techniques, right? But inexperienced DDL lecturers may just have a quite limited way of encouraging students to play more with the data, right? Or that can be one research idea. Yeah, but before that, right, I would like you to try to exercise these skills by yourself first. So for example, if you choose one of the green highlights, it doesn't have to be your own highlights, right? It can be someone else's greens. So if you choose some of this and then put it on the table like this, you can follow this example. First, you may have a prompt question, right? Like introduction question. And then it would be nice if you can suggest some search ideas or, search guidance, right? For the students. And then most importantly, I would like you to try to have to create some of the questions that might help the students to look for something from the concordance lines, right? Okay, so maybe let's spend 5 or 10 minutes. Okay, for example, I'll be responsible for my own thing. Okay, my guiding question might be something like okay, so that's one example, right? So if you picked one of the green highlights from the paragraph here, and then try to fill out this table, okay, starting from the left column, right? You may start with a prompt question first, like this, and then suggested search term, right? I would ask my student to go to BNC or COCA and then look for this free word. And then my follow-up questions might be something about collocation, because I would like my students to have some sensitivity or awareness of the concept of collocation as well, right? So that's why my follow-up that doesn't have to be a lot of questions, can be just maybe 2 or 3 questions,